The screens glow late into the night, and somewhere between one notification and the next, you forget what your own heartbeat sounds like. Messages pile up, deadlines, stack feeds, refresh, and your attention is carved into 1,000 tiny pieces. In a world where your phone calls you more often than your own soul does, have you ever wondered if everything went quiet for a moment? What would silence reveal about you? We live inside a constant storm of demands. Do more, move faster, be seen, be relevant, be available. The world does not ask whether your spirit is tired. It only asks if you've replied. And yet hidden under this avalanche of noise is a doorway that the Buddha and countless awakened beings after him have all quietly stepped through the doorway of being alone. Not the loneliness that feels like an empty room echoing with fear, but the kind of aloneness that feels like sitting by a calm lake at dawn, when the water is still enough to show you your own face. The Buddha did not wake up to truth in a conference room or in the middle of a crowd. He sat beneath a tree alone, listening so deeply that even his fears had nothing left to say. That kind of solitude is not a punishment. It is a blessing disguised as emptiness. But let's be honest. When was the last time you truly met yourself without a screen in between? Not you as a role employee, parent, partner, friend. Not you as a profile, a picture, a status. You when no one is watching. You when there is no one to impress. You when there is nothing to perform. For many people, that kind of silence is scarier than any loud room, because in the quiet, there is nowhere to hide from your own truth. We have been trained to believe that being constantly surrounded by people, messages, and noise means we are connected. Yet, how often do you feel strangely empty in the middle of all that connection? You can be in a room full of people and still feel like a ghost drifting between conversations. You can have hundreds of contacts and still feel like there is no one you can really be honest with. That is the poverty of self the Buddha pointed to when you are never alone long enough to know who is actually living inside your skin. Solitude in the light of Buddhist wisdom is something else entirely. It is the richness of self. It is the quiet workshop where your life is being carved and shaped from the inside. When you dare to be alone, you step into a sacred space where your masks grow heavy and start to fall away. The more you sit with yourself, the more you realize how many of your desires, fears, and ambitions are borrowed from other people's expectations. Imagine this. A young woman leaves the office late, the city still buzzing around her. Her earbuds are in out of habit more than need. At the train platform, her phone battery finally dies. No music, no messages, no distraction. Just the low hum of the tracks and the faint rustle of wind. For a moment, she feels naked, exposed to her own thoughts. Her hand instinctively reaches for a phone that is no longer glowing. There is nothing to scroll, just breathing, just the sound of her own footsteps on the concrete. At first, restlessness rises. This is boring. This is uncomfortable. I should be doing something. But as the minutes pass, another sensation appears beneath the fidgeting, a subtle softness, like the first light before sunrise. She notices the color of the sky. She hears the rhythm of her own breathing. She feels the weight of her shoulders and realizes how tense they've been for months. Nothing outside has changed. The train is still late. The city is still loud. But inside, for the first time in a long time, she is actually there. That is the quiet miracle of solitude. When the world falls away, even for a moment, your own presence steps forward. And this is where the path of self-discovery begins. Buddhism does not ask you to become someone else. It invites you to finally stop running long enough to see who has been there all along. Underneath all the noise, there are questions you can't answer from a notification bar. What do I truly value? What kind of person am I becoming with every small choice? If my life ended tonight, would I be at peace with the way I have spent my days? These questions are not meant to torture you. They are lanterns. They only shine in the dark. If you never allow yourself to step into that darkness, you will walk through life lit only by other people's lights. Solitude is the room where you meet these questions without rushing to cover them up. It is where you realize that many of the goals you chase are like reflections on water, bright but impossible to hold. You start to see how much of your suffering comes from trying to be someone you think the world will approve of instead of being who you actually are. In that seeing, something softens. The grip loosens. The heart, long pressed under the weight of expectations, takes a slow, deeper breath. This is not about abandoning the world or rejecting relationships. The Buddha did not stay forever in the forest. He returned to villages and cities teaching and embracing people, but he did so with a mind that had been washed clear in the river of solitude. To walk in the world without being drowned by it, you must sometimes step out of the current. When you come back, you are less reactive, less desperate for approval, less fragile when criticism or misunderstanding arise. You stand more firmly not on the ground of ego, but on the quiet knowing of who you are when no one is looking. If you take only one thing from this journey, let it be this: being alone is not a sign that you are broken or unwanted. It is an invitation to become intimate with your own life. Solitude is not a prison cell. It is a training ground. It is the space where confusion turns into clarity, where anxiety loosens into acceptance, where the scattered pieces of you are slowly gathered back home. So perhaps the question is no longer, why am I alone? But what is solitude trying to show me right now? Behind that question waits an entire path, a path of Buddhist insight, of gentle courage, of returning again and again to the still point inside you. In the coming steps of this journey, we will walk deeper into that path together, exploring how silence, presence, and mindful aloneness can unlock a strength and peace you may have forgotten you carry. For now, you do not need to fix anything. You do not need to become wiser overnight. All you need is the courage to pause, to breathe, and to sit with yourself for a moment longer than feels comfortable. In that extra breath, in that small act of staying, a door quietly opens. There is a moment late at night when the city finally sighs. Cars thin out, windows darken, and even the neon seems to soften its glow. If you stay awake long enough, you begin to notice that under the hum of the world, there is another kind of silence waiting for you. That silence is not empty. It is full of you, full of everything you have been too busy to feel. This is where the path of being alone truly begins, not in some distant monastery, but in the quiet corners of your own life when you choose not to run from yourself. Buddhist teaching often points us back to a simple question: who is this I that suffers, desires, worries, and clings? We can recite the question. We can quote the words. But until we sit down alone without a screen or a role to play, the question stays at the surface. Solitude is the doorway through which that question drops into the heart. When there is no one left to convince you, no longer have to perform a version of yourself, you can finally start to see what is really there: your tenderness, your fear, your kindness, your confusion, all mixed together like colors in water. Imagine a young man named Daniel. His life looks successful from the outside: a good job, a busy social life, a calendar packed with meetings and gatherings. Yet every night when he turns off the lights, a quiet ache rises in his chest, a nagging sense that something essential is missing. For years, he has covered it with noise music, always playing podcasts, filling every drive, messages lighting up his phone until his eyes sting. One day, exhausted by the constant rush, he takes a weekend alone in a small mountain town. No friends, no work laptop, just a small guest house, a window, and the sound of wind brushing the trees. The first evening, he reaches for his phone out of habit and finds nothing waiting for him. No new notifications, no one asking, "Are you coming tonight?" He feels strangely restless, as if he's forgotten how to be with himself. He paces the room. He almost turns on the TV, then stops. Instead, he sits by the window. The sky is fading from orange to blue. Clouds drift slowly, unconcerned with anyone's schedule. In that quiet, something happens that has not happened for years. His own thoughts begin to speak louder than the noise he usually hides behind. At first, those thoughts are uncomfortable. What am I doing with my life? If I stopped working tomorrow, who would I be? Why do I feel so lonely, even when I'm surrounded by people? He feels the urge to shove these questions away, to reach for distraction, but there is nothing else to hold on to. So for the first time, he doesn't run. He simply sits and listens. This simple act, staying with his own questions, is the beginning of self-discovery. It is the Buddha's invitation made real to look directly at the workings of your mind, instead of endlessly chasing what keeps you from seeing it. In Buddhist insight, the person you think you are is not fixed. It is a pattern built from habits, memories, beliefs, and reactions. This is the teaching of non-self, that the me you carry so heavily is more fluid than you realize. Solitude gives you the space to notice this. When you're alone, you start to see how your moods rise and fall, how thoughts appear and disappear, how one small memory can alter your whole day. You begin to understand, not as an idea, but as a lived experience, that you are not your passing feelings. You are the awareness that sees them come and go. Daniel wakes early the next morning, before the town has fully stirred. He walks a trail that begins behind the guest house, the ground still damp with dew. As he climbs, his mind continues its usual chatter, replaying old conversations, imagining future worries. But with each step, the rhythm of walking begins to slow his thoughts. Birds call from branches above. Sunlight filters through leaves, scattering patterns on the dirt path. There is no urgent email here, no one to impress, no like button waiting to be pressed. Just breath in, breath out, step after step. Halfway up the trail, he stops beside a small stream. The water is clear enough that he can see pebbles at the bottom, some smooth, some jagged. He crouches down and watches them. When the water is disturbed by a breeze, the shapes blur and wobble. When the surface settles, everything becomes clear again. In that simple scene, he suddenly recognizes his own mind constantly disturbed by the winds of opinion, fear, and desire. For so long, he has tried to change the pebbles themselves to rearrange his life, his job, his relationships, without ever letting the water grow still. In that moment, he understands solitude is what allows the water to calm, so he can finally see what is actually there. The Buddha did not promise that sitting alone would always be pleasant. He did not say that stillness would only bring peace. He knew that when the noise dies down, the things we've pushed away will rise to the surface: old regrets, unspoken grief, hidden longing. But he also knew this: if you never let those things appear, they will rule your life from the shadows. when you give them space in solitude, when you breathe with them, instead of fighting or fleeing, you begin to loosen their hold. The heart learns that it can feel deeply without being shattered, that pain can be seen without becoming your entire identity. So how do you begin this journey in your own life without escaping to a mountain town? You start small, gently, like placing a candle in a dark room. Choose a short time each day, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, to be with yourself without distraction. No music, no scrolling, no multitasking. Sit in a corner of your room or by a window or in a park. Let your body settle. Feel your breath, the rise and fall of your chest. Notice the stream of thoughts passing through your mind, but do not chase them. You are not trying to force silence. You are simply staying present, refusing to abandon yourself when your inner world becomes noisy. At first, you may feel bored or restless. That is normal. You are breaking a habit that has been built over years, the habit of fleeing your own company. But if you stay, something subtle begins to change. You start to catch the quieter voices inside you, the ones that whisper your true longings, your unspoken values, the life you dream of, but rarely admit. You may realize that some goals you've been chasing no longer fit you, like clothes that have quietly become too tight. You may see that certain relationships drain you while others nourish you. This seeing is not harsh judgment. It is compassionate clarity. From the Buddhist perspective, this is the beginning of wisdom, to see things as they are without the filters of constant distraction. And once you see more clearly, your choices naturally begin to shift. You speak more honestly. You say no to what pulls you away from your deeper values. You say yes to what aligns with your heart, even if it looks less impressive on the outside. Slowly, your life starts to match the truth you discovered in solitude. Daniel returns from his weekend to the same city, the same job, the same apartment. On the surface, nothing has changed. But inside, a seed has been planted. He no longer reaches for his phone the moment he feels uncomfortable. Once a day, he sits by his own window in silence, remembering the stream in the mountains. He watches his thoughts, feels his breath, and lets his inner water settle. In that simple daily act, he is no longer living on autopilot. He is living awake. You do not need anyone's permission to meet yourself. You do not need the world to quiet down before you choose stillness. Even in a life full of responsibilities, there are doorways into solitude, small pockets of time and space, where you can lay down the armor and simply be. Every time you step through one of those doorways, you come home a little more to who you truly are. There is a gentle truth that unfolds only when you stop chasing the world long enough to hear your own footsteps. It does not shout. It does not demand. It simply waits patient as dawn for the moment you finally turn inward. In that turning, something ancient awakens, a remembering that your deepest guidance does not come from noise, but from the quiet pulse of awareness beneath everything you think you are. If solitude is the gateway, then stillness is the path you walk once you step inside. Stillness is not the absence of movement. It is the presence of clarity. It is the mind sitting like a mountain, unmoved, even as storms swirl around its peak. In Buddhist teachings, stillness is not a luxury of monks or wanderers. It is a natural state of the human heart before it is pulled apart by distraction. When you learn to return to it, even for a breath, the world inside you changes. Consider the daily rhythm of Maya, a woman whose life is stitched tightly between family deadlines and obligations. Every morning she wakes to the shrill cry of an alarm, followed by the immediate flood of messages, reminders, and tasks. Her feet hit the floor before her mind has even caught up. She moves through her day like a river forced into a narrow channel, fast-pressured, unable to pause. By evening, she is exhausted, yet her mind continues to race long after her body begs for stillness. One evening, after a particularly overwhelming day, she steps onto her apartment balcony. The city glimmers below like scattered fragments of a broken mirror. The noise is still there, but somehow distant. She closes her eyes, not with intention, but out of sheer fatigue. And in that simple act, closing her eyes without reaching for distraction, she feels something unfamiliar. A small pocket of quiet. A breath that is not rushed. A presence within her that feels untouched by the chaos of her day. She doesn't know it yet, but this is the first moment she has tasted true stillness in months. Stillness does not arrive like a thunderclap. It arrives like a leaf drifting onto the surface of a lake, soft, unassuming, almost unnoticeable. But when you choose to honor it, your whole life begins to shift. In Buddhism, stillness is the ground where wisdom grows, not the wisdom of theories or philosophies, but the intimate knowing that arises when the mind stops running long enough to see the truth. The Buddha spent countless hours seated beneath trees, not to escape life, but to understand it with unclouded vision. He taught that the mind, when stilled, becomes like clear water. You can finally see the bottom of your own heart. You can see your desires without being controlled by them. You can witness your fears without collapsing beneath them. You can feel pain without weaving it into identity. You become spacious, present whole. This is why stillness matters. It is not about freezing the world. It is about freeing your awareness. Maya begins returning to her balcony each night, not to meditate, not to do it right, but simply to breathe. Sometimes her mind is still tangled with stress. Sometimes her thoughts whirl and replay old frustrations. But little by little, a subtle shift begins. Instead of drowning in her thoughts, she watches them. Instead of reacting, she notices. Instead of trying to force calm, she allows calm to arise on its own, like mist lifting from a field. One night, she observes something she never noticed before the sound of her own breath echoing faintly against the cement walls. It feels like a companion, steady and patient. She places a hand on her chest and feels the rising and falling. In that moment, she realizes that underneath the noise of her entire life, this quiet rhythm has always been there, faithful, constant, waiting to be remembered. Stillness does not solve all her problems, but it changes her relationship to them. Instead of collapsing under the weight of her tasks, she begins to approach them with a clearer mind. Instead of reacting impulsively when stress arises, she pauses, breathes, and responds with intention. The world does not slow down, but she no longer feels dragged by it. Her center is returning. The Buddha taught that every person carries a still point inside them, a place untouched by fear or desire. Like the eye of a storm, it remains calm, even when everything around it spins. Most people live their whole lives without entering that space, not because it is far away, but because the noise outside is so loud, they forget to listen inward. But when you practice stillness, even in small moments, you begin to touch that center. And once you touch it, you cannot forget it. Something in you knows the way back. Stillness also reveals a deeper truth that many of the things you worry about lose their hold when observed from a quiet mind. The arguments you replay, the fears that grip you, the expectations that burden you, they begin to loosen. Not because the world has changed, but because your awareness is no longer fused with them. You begin to see thoughts for what they are, passing clouds in an open sky. Feelings for what they are, waves that rise and fall, never meant to be permanent. Identity, for what it is, a story you can revise, rather than a prison you must carry. In this space, compassion grows naturally. When you are no longer drowning in your own noise, you become gentler with yourself and others. Stillness softens the sharp edges of the heart. It makes space for understanding. It allows forgiveness to unfurl, not as a forced moral choice, but as a natural release of what no longer needs to be held. So how can you weave this stillness into your own life? Not by retreating from the world, but by finding small islands of pause within it. Sit quietly for a moment before checking your phone in the morning. Breathe deeply before entering a stressful conversation. Pause at a stoplight and feel your hands on the steering wheel, your body grounded in the seat. Step outside at night, even for 1 minute, and feel the sky above you. Each pause is a doorway. Each breath is a path. Stillness is not somewhere you go. It's something you return to. The more often you return, the more your life begins to shift from the inside out. One evening, as Maya stands again on her balcony, she notices something she never expected. Her mind is quiet, not because she forced it, but because she finally stopped running. She leans on the railing, watching the distant lights flicker. For the first time in a long time, she feels her own presence fully, like a candle, whose flame had always been steady, just hidden behind a curtain of wind. This is the blessing of stillness. It is not the world that changes. It is you. And when you change, your entire experience of life transforms with you. There is a quiet revolution that begins the moment you learn to enjoy your own company, not as a consolation, not as a last resort, but as a profound return to yourself. For many people, being alone feels like a void they are desperate to fill. They reach for noise, conversation, entertainment, anything to avoid the feeling of emptiness that rises when the world falls silent. But in Buddhist wisdom, the ability to rest in your own presence is not a weakness. It is a rare strength, a jewel hidden at the bottom of the mind's restless ocean. To enjoy being alone is to recognize that your inner world is not a barren landscape, but a vast living forest filled with unspoken dreams, forgotten longings, and unexplored paths. Yet most people never wander there because the entrance appears frightening. They fear what they might find when they sit with themselves. They fear the emotions they've postponed. They fear the parts of themselves they've silenced to fit into a noisy world. But once you cross the threshold, you begin to see that solitude is not an empty room. It is a sanctuary. Let's walk into that sanctuary through the story of Elias, an architect known for designing beautiful spaces, but unable to find any peace in his own inner space. His days were filled with meetings, presentations, and deadlines. His evenings were crowded with social gatherings and obligations. To him, solitude felt like a punishment, a sign that something was missing in his life. So he avoided it at all costs. But one winter, after months of burnout and sleepless nights, Elias found himself unable to outrun his exhaustion. His doctor advised him to take a brief break a week away somewhere quiet. Reluctantly, he booked a small seaside cabin at the edge of a quiet village. He imagined he would fill the time with work, catching up on projects in the peace of nature. But the first morning brought a surprise. No signal, no internet, no distractions. The cabin stood perched above a wide expanse of ocean, the rhythmic crash of waves echoing through the wooden walls. There was nothing to keep him company, except the sound of water and the faint creaking of the floorboards. At first, he panicked. His fingers itched for his phone. His mind raced with imagined emergencies waiting back in the city. He walked in circles around the cabin, feeling trapped inside a silence that felt too large. But eventually, with nowhere left to run, he stepped outside. The cold wind met him with clarity. The horizon stretched in every direction uninterrupted. He walked down to the shore, the sand damp beneath his boots. For a long time, he simply stood there. No agenda, no performance, just breath against the ocean air. And something inside him, long frozen, began to thaw. Solitude, he realized, was not the absence of companionship. It was the presence of himself, something he hadn't felt in years. In Buddhist philosophy, this moment is called coming home. It is the shift from feeling empty in solitude to discovering fullness in it. When you no longer depend on the presence of others to feel complete, you tap into a power that cannot be shaken by external circumstances. You begin to see that joy is not something you must chase. It is something that arises naturally when you stop distracting yourself from your own heart. Elias's days began to take on a new rhythm. Morning tea by the window, slow walks along the shore, sketching designs not for clients, but for pleasure, writing thoughts he had never shared even with himself. The cabin became a mirror, reflecting parts of him he had forgotten: the child who loved to draw buildings for fun, the dreamer who once imagined creating spaces that helped people breathe easier, the quiet soul who found peace in simplicity. As the days passed, he noticed another shift. The constant ache in his chest, the stress he had mistaken for ambition, began to soften. His thoughts became clearer, his emotions steadier. Without the pressure to perform or respond, he rediscovered a sense of play, curiosity, and calm that had been buried under years of striving. This is the profound truth about solitude. It does not simply reveal who you are. It reveals who you have always been beneath the noise. The Buddha often spoke of this quality as inner companionship. A mind that knows how to sit quietly with itself becomes its own friend. It becomes gentle, patient, curious. It stops needing constant stimulation to feel alive. It stops seeking validation to feel worthy. It stops fearing silence because silence is no longer empty, it is spacious. But solitude also chisels away illusions. It reveals which relationships nourish you and which drain you. It shows you the difference between desire and genuine need. It teaches you that loneliness cannot be cured by adding more people to your life, but by deepening your relationship with yourself. Through solitude, you learn to be whole. By the end of the week, Elias did not want to leave. Not because the cabin was special, but because he had rediscovered a part of himself he thought he'd lost forever. When he returned to the city, he carried that quiet ocean inside him. He no longer feared evenings alone. He no longer filled every moment with sound. He gave himself 1 hour each day, just one to sit with his own presence, to sketch, to breathe, to be, and life began to feel spacious again. When you learn to enjoy your own company, everything else in life becomes a choice, not a compulsion. You enter relationships not from neediness, but from fullness. You pursue goals not from insecurity, but from clarity. You stop fearing abandonment because you no longer abandon yourself. This is the joy of solitude. It allows you to meet the person who has been with you through every moment of your life, your own awareness. And once you build a friendship with that awareness, you carry a sanctuary within you wherever you go. So ask yourself gently, do I enjoy being with myself, or am I always trying to escape my own presence? If the answer feels uncomfortable, that is not a failure. It is an invitation, a doorway, a beginning. Because the moment you learn to enjoy your own company, you will never walk through this world feeling incomplete again. There comes a moment in every life when the difference between solitude and loneliness becomes more than a concept, it becomes a turning point. Standing at that threshold is often uncomfortable because the line between the two can feel thin and blurry. Yet in Buddhist wisdom, loneliness and solitude are not twins. They are opposites born from the same circumstance, being alone. What changes everything is not the presence or absence of people. It is the way your heart interprets the quiet. Loneliness is a wound. Solitude is a wellspring. Loneliness whispers, "I am incomplete without someone." Solitude declares, "I am whole even when I am with no one." To understand this difference is to reclaim an extraordinary power over your emotional life. But most people never learn it. They mistake physical aloneness for emotional emptiness, and so they fill their space with noise, companionship, or distraction, not because they want these things, but because they fear what silence might reveal. Let's step into the story of Ava, a young photographer who moved to a bustling city in search of opportunity and inspiration. Surrounded by lights, voices, and motion, you would think she'd feel alive. But within weeks, loneliness tightened around her like an invisible net. Crowded streets gave her no comfort. Busy cafes felt hollow. Conversations felt shallow and fleeting. She began to wonder if she had made a mistake. She scrolled her feed late at night, watching familiar faces living seemingly more connected lives. She compared herself to every smiling picture, every group photo, every celebration she wasn't part of. One Sunday afternoon, overwhelmed by the ache inside her chest, Ava walked into a small botanical garden hidden between two tall buildings. The gate closed softly behind her, and for the first time in weeks, she realized she couldn't hear traffic. The air felt different, still cool, honest. She wandered down a stone path lined with bamboo, her steps slowly matching the quiet around her. As she entered a small clearing, she sat on a bench beside a pond. The surface was mirror smooth, disturbed only by the occasional ripple of a koi swimming near the surface. At first, her loneliness grew sharper in the silence. She felt exposed, stripped of distractions, left alone with the very feeling she'd hoped to escape. But then something surprising happened. Instead of pulling out her phone or trying to distract herself, she simply sat with it. This is where solitude begins. In Buddhism, loneliness arises when we believe we are separate, broken, or lacking. Solitude arises when we recognize that we are complete, but simply not in the company of others at the moment. Ava began noticing her breath, the tension in her shoulders, the way her thoughts moved through her mind like slow clouds. She realized that much of her suffering came not from being alone, but from resisting it. She took out her camera, not to escape, but to observe. Through the lens, she saw the pond differently. The reflections on the water looked like two worlds touching. A fallen leaf floated by, spinning slowly, in a way she had never noticed leaves could spin. A small bird hopped near her feet, unbothered by her presence. For the first time in weeks, Ava felt something soften within her. The world was not empty. She was not empty. The loneliness she had felt was simply a sign that she had forgotten how to be with herself. The Buddha taught that loneliness dissolves when we recognize our true nature, not as isolated beings, but as part of a vast, interconnected reality. Solitude becomes a place of healing when you stop seeking completion from the outside world and turn gently inward. In that turning, you discover that most of the pain of loneliness is not caused by lack of company, but by lack of self-connection. Ava began returning to the garden each day, at first only for a few minutes, then longer. She started to notice patterns, how her mind became anxious, when she anticipated the future, how it grew heavy when it replayed memories, how rarely it simply stayed in the present moment. The garden became her refuge, not because it made her problems disappear, but because it made her present enough to understand them. Over time, something beautiful began to bloom inside her. She found peace not in the absence of people, but in the presence of herself. Her creativity deepened. Her photography shifted from capturing impressive scenes to noticing small, intimate details, droplets on leaves, the curve of a shadow, the way morning light touched the bamboo. Her loneliness did not vanish overnight, but it slowly transformed. What was once a sharp pain became a gentle signal, reminding her to continue nurturing her inner world. This is the miracle of solitude. The same quiet that once felt like emptiness becomes a companion, a teacher, a sanctuary. In Buddhist practice, one of the essential insights is that suffering comes not from external conditions, but from the stories we tell ourselves about those conditions. Loneliness says, "I am unloved." Solitude says, "I am enough." Loneliness says, "No one is here." Solitude says, "I am here." Ava's journey reflects a truth many people never realize the moment you stop resisting your aloneness. It stops hurting you. It becomes a place where clarity rises like mist, where your heart finally whispers what it has been trying to say, beneath the noise that your worth does not depend on who stands beside you, but on who you learn to be within yourself. So how do you transform loneliness into solitude? You start by staying. Staying with your breath. Staying with your discomfort. Staying with your presence. Staying long enough for the noise inside you to settle. Then, you begin to listen. You listen without judgment to the fears that arise. You listen without resistance to the memories that surface. You listen without distraction to the voice inside you that has been waiting to be heard. Slowly, the ache softens. Slowly, the heart opens. Slowly, the loneliness dissolves into a fuller, quieter kind of being, one that does not depend on company to feel whole. When Ava left the garden one afternoon, she paused at the gate. She realized she was stepping back into the same city, the same streets, the same apartment. But she was no longer the same person who had walked in carrying a heavy loneliness. She carried something lighter now, something steadier, the understanding that her own presence could be enough. That solitude once feared had become a soft and faithful friend. And once you make peace with that friend, you are never truly alone again. There are moments in life when the world feels unbearably heavy, when responsibilities stack like stones on the chest, when expectations pull you in every direction at once, when the noise becomes so loud you can no longer hear your own breathing. In those moments, most people try to outrun their stress. They distract themselves. They push harder. They fill their schedule even more, thinking productivity might silence the storm inside. But Buddhist wisdom reveals a quieter, far more transformative path to step into solitude, not as escape, but as healing. Stress in its essence is not the load of life itself, it is our inability to find space between ourselves and the load. And solitude, when approached with intention, becomes that space. Not the cold, empty isolation people fear, but a gentle clearing in the forest of the mind. A place where you can finally put down what you've been carrying, even if only for a breath or two. Let this truth take shape through the experience of Jonah, a school teacher known for his kindness. He was the kind of person who said yes to everything: extra work, last-minute help, community events, emotional support for students and colleagues. People admired him, relied on him, praised him. But slowly beneath the surface, his energy began to thin like a fraying thread. His breaths grew shallow. His nights became restless. His mind replayed conversations and worries long after sunset. Stress became a constant hum beneath his days, a weight he could no longer ignore. One afternoon, overwhelmed after a difficult meeting, Jonah stepped outside the school building. The sun was setting, washing the sky in muted gold. Instead of heading to his car, he started walking without direction, following a narrow path behind the campus. The path led to an old stone bench beneath a sprawling oak tree. He had passed this spot 100 times before, yet never stopped. But today, something softened inside him. He sat down. At first, his mind raced like a wheel out of control. Tasks, expectations, unfinished conversations, they all rushed through him. He felt restless, almost guilty for sitting still. But as the minutes passed, the silence around him began to change the rhythm of his thoughts. The wind rustled gently through the oak leaves. A distant bird called. He noticed the sound of his own breath, uneven at first, then gradually more steady. Jonah didn't know it then, but he was entering the healing field of solitude. In Buddhism, stress is often described as the tightening of the mind. When you are overwhelmed, your thoughts coil around each other, your body contracts, your breath becomes shallow. Solitude works not by removing the challenges, but by creating the space needed for the mind to untangle a process, much like loosening a knot. Sitting under the oak, Jonah began to realize something he had long ignored. He had been giving himself to everyone except the one person who needed him most, himself. His stress didn't come from how much he cared, but from how little he paused to replenish the well from which he cared. With each minute in silence, he noticed another layer of tension, releasing the tightness in his jaw, the heaviness in his shoulders, the constant buzzing of worry. He placed a hand over his chest and felt the subtle warmth beneath it. The simple act of acknowledging his own presence brought a surprising wave of tenderness. It was as if he had just remembered someone he had forgotten to love. The Buddha taught that inner peace does not require perfect conditions, it requires presence. Solitude invites us to return to that presence. When you step away from noise even briefly, your nervous system begins to reset. Your breath deepens. Your thoughts stretch out. Space opens between you and your emotions, allowing you to see clearly what before felt overwhelming. Jonah began returning to the oak tree each day after school. Some days he sat quietly. Some days he journaled. Some days he simply breathed, letting the silence wrap around him like a gentle cloak. Over time, he noticed something astonishing. The more he allowed himself to be alone, the more strength he had to give to others. Instead of reacting from panic or exhaustion, he responded with clarity. Instead of absorbing every problem he learned, to discern what truly required his energy. Instead of feeling constantly drained, he began to feel grounded. This is the hidden medicine of solitude. Stress is not always a sign that life is too much. Sometimes it is a sign that we have moved too far away from ourselves. In Buddhist teaching, the breath is often described as the bridge back to the present moment. When Jonah practiced breathing under the oak, he wasn't performing a ritual, he was remembering how to return home. Each exhale allowed his body to release accumulated tension. Each inhale reminded him he was still alive beneath the exhaustion. Solitude became his refuge not because it solved every problem, but because it restored the clarity he needed to face them. He discovered that stress loses its power when met with a quiet, spacious mind. Like fog touched by the sun, it begins to lift. The more he practiced these small moments of retreat, the more he transformed. His students noticed his calm presence. His colleagues saw a groundedness they admired, but couldn't name. He began to laugh more easily, breathe more deeply, and move through life with a steadiness that came not from avoidance, but from alignment. You too can invite this kind of healing into your life. Find a place anywhere that feels open enough for you to breathe. A park bench, a corner of your room, a quiet path. Sit for a moment each day. Let the noise inside you rise, swirl, settle. Let your breath guide you back into your body. Do not try to fix anything. Simply allow yourself to be held by the quiet. Because stress cannot survive in a mind that regularly meets itself with patience and compassion. And solitude, when embraced, gently becomes the medicine that no noise can offer, a medicine that calms the storm, not by force, but by teaching you how to stand in its center without losing yourself. There is a kind of quiet brilliance that only awakens when the world is no longer pulling at your attention, when you carve out a small, sacred moment to turn inward and give your mind the space it has been begging for. In an age of constant alerts, endless feeds, and multitasking lives, true focus often feels like a lost art. And yet, in the heart of Buddhist wisdom, focus is not just a skill, it is a path, a returning, a homecoming to the centered, grounded clarity that has always lived inside you. To cultivate focus through solitude is to rediscover the natural stability of your own awareness. The Buddha taught that the mind, when left scattered, becomes like a candle in the wind, its flame flickering in 1,000 directions. But when the mind is gathered, even a small flame can illuminate the darkest night. Solitude is the windbreak that allows that flame to steady and shine. Imagine a young software engineer named Rowan. His days were filled with constant interruptions, messages blinking on screens, team calls overlapping with tasks, deadlines pressing in from all sides. His mind felt like a crowded marketplace at noon, every thought shouting for attention. He noticed his focus slipping, his creativity dwindling, and his energy draining far faster than he could replenish it. Even when he tried to concentrate, his mind darted like a sparrow startled by shadows. One afternoon, after hours of frenzied work, Rowan stepped out of his office building. He felt overstimulated, his senses buzzing with unfinished tasks and digital noise. On a whim, he walked into a small public garden he had passed 100 times before, but never entered. The gate clicked shut behind him, dampening the noise of the street. For the first time that day, the world did not demand anything of him. He found an empty bench beneath a slender willow tree. Its branches swayed softly, brushing the air with slow, deliberate movements. Rowan sat down, set his phone to silent, and closed his eyes, not to meditate, not with any technique in mind, but simply because he felt exhausted by the constant outward tugging of his attention. At first, the quiet felt foreign. His mind churned with leftover noise, notifications he wasn't checking, emails he hadn't answered, tasks he needed to finish before dinner. His thoughts jumped from one to another with frantic energy, as if afraid to lose their momentum. But Rowan didn't get up. He didn't reach for his phone. He didn't force his mind to be still. He simply stayed. This is how focus begins, not with discipline, but with presence. Gradually, his breath deepened. His thoughts began to slow, softening from frantic motion into gentle movement. He could hear the wind brushing the willow leaves. A bird hopped near his foot, then flew away. The world around him continued, but for the first time all day, he was not pulled by it. Something inside him softened, opening into a deep, spacious awareness he had long forgotten. In Buddhist practice, this shift is known as collecting the mind. It doesn't require force. It requires stillness. Attention gathers naturally when the noise around it quiets. The scattered mind reorganizes itself the way water clears when left undisturbed. Focus is not created, it is revealed. Rowan began spending 10 minutes each afternoon in the garden. At first, he didn't notice much change, but within a week, something extraordinary became undeniable. His work, once chaotic and unfocused, began flowing more smoothly. He could concentrate for longer stretches without feeling drained. His ideas became sharper, more creative, more intuitive. He felt less overwhelmed, even when his workload didn't change. He stopped feeling like he was drowning in tasks and instead moved through them like a steady river. This was the fruit of solitude. When you step away from noise, your mind gathers itself like scattered birds returning to a single branch. With this newfound clarity, Rowan began to understand a deeper truth. Focus is not about effort. It's about alignment. You cannot force a scattered mind to concentrate any more than you can force turbulent water to become clear. But when you create the conditions for clarity, quiet breath space, your mind returns to its natural state. This aligns with the Buddha's teaching on one-pointedness, the deep, unwavering attention that arises not from willpower, but from presence. When your attention is rested, not strained, even the most complex tasks feel lighter. This is how monks, artists, and thinkers throughout history have tapped into extraordinary levels of creativity and insight, not by working harder, but by working from stillness. Rowan also began to notice how easily distractions steal the life force of the mind. A single notification could unravel his attention. A quick scroll on social media could derail his clarity for half an hour. He began to guard his solitude with small rituals. Before starting any important task, he took 3 slow breaths. Before opening his laptop in the morning, he sat quietly for 2 minutes. During moments of overwhelm, he stepped away, walked to the willow tree, and allowed his mind to settle. These brief moments of retreat became his anchor. Focus in this way becomes a spiritual practice. When you cultivate focus through solitude, you are not just improving productivity, you are training your mind to return to itself. Your awareness grows sharper, your actions more intentional, your decisions more aligned with your deepest values. The scattered internal chatter begins to quiet, allowing you to hear the subtle voice beneath it, the voice of intuition, wisdom, clarity. And something else happens. You begin to feel time differently. Stress collapses time, making you feel rushed even when you aren't. Solitude expands time, giving each moment room to breathe. This gentle spaciousness becomes the ground where deep focus naturally takes root. Rowan's colleagues soon noticed a change in him. He was calmer, more grounded, more thoughtful. He no longer reacted impulsively. He listened more deeply. He finished projects with a clarity that surprised even him. When challenges came, he responded from a place of composure instead of urgency. This transformation was not dramatic or loud. It was subtle, like the gradual clearing of a morning fog, but it changed everything. You too can cultivate this kind of focus, one breath, one moment, one quiet space at a time. You don't need a garden or a willow tree. You need only a pause, a commitment to step away from noise long enough to let your awareness gather itself, a willingness to meet your own mind without judgment. Focus is already within you. Solitude simply shows you the way back to it. There's a tender kind of strength that does not shout, does not push, does not announce itself to the world. It grows quietly, like moss on stone, like dawn before sunrise, each time you allow yourself to sit alone with your own heart. This is the strength of emotional healing, a strength born not from avoiding pain, but from learning to meet it with the soft, patient presence of solitude. Most people spend their lives running from their emotions. They outrun sadness by burying themselves in work. They numb fear with entertainment. They soften loneliness with noise. They drown anger with distraction. But every emotion you avoid does not disappear. It simply waits buried beneath the surface, shaping your life from the shadows. And this is why solitude becomes essential. It is the space where your hidden emotions finally have room to breathe. In Buddhist understanding, emotions are like weather patterns, passing storms, swirling clouds, sudden winds. They are not who you are. They are experiences moving through you. But when you never allow yourself to sit quietly, you begin to mistake the storm for the sky. Solitude teaches you otherwise. Let this truth unfold through the journey of Leora, a quiet, reflective woman who carried a grief she never spoke of. Her mother had passed away suddenly 3 years earlier, and since then she had become the pillar of strength for her family. She arranged the funeral, held her siblings through their tears, and returned to work as if nothing had shattered inside her. People admired her resilience, but they never saw the heaviness she carried in private, the way memories rose, uninvited, the way exhaustion clung to her bones, the way she felt older than her age. Leora's life became a carefully constructed rhythm of doing, helping, and distracting. Every time grief surfaced, she pushed it down with busyness. She feared that if she sat with her pain for even a moment, she might drown in it. So she never stopped moving. But one evening, after a long day, she walked past a small chapel near her neighborhood. Its doors were open, and soft golden light spilled onto the steps. Something inside her paused. She stepped inside. The chapel was nearly empty, just a few wooden pews and the faint smell of wax candles. It was silent, profoundly so, and the silence wrapped around her like a warm cloak. Leora sat down, her hands trembling slightly. The quiet was unfamiliar, almost unsettling. For a few minutes, she felt the old instinct to stand up and leave, to run from the emotions she could feel rising. But the stillness in the room held her gently, asking nothing of her except presence. And then it happened. A single tear, quiet, unforced, rolling down her cheek before she could stop it. She wiped it away quickly, ashamed of her own vulnerability. But the tear was followed by another and another, until she could no longer pretend she was fine. For the first time in 3 years, she cried without holding back. She cried for her mother. She cried for the strength she had forced herself to carry. She cried for the girl inside her, who never had a moment to be held. This is the moment solitude begins to heal you, not when you suppress your pain, but when you finally let your pain speak. In Buddhism, this practice is called touching the seed. Every difficult emotion is like a seed buried inside the heart. When watered with awareness, not judgment, not resistance, just awareness, it begins to transform. Pain does not grow bigger when you face it. It grows softer. It loosens its grip. It turns into understanding, compassion, and eventually peace. As Leora cried, something unexpected happened. She didn't drown. She didn't collapse. Instead, she felt a lightness slowly spreading through her chest, like a window opening after years of stale air. The chapel's silence held her like a cradle. No demands, no expectations, just space, the precious space to feel. Solitude became her sanctuary after that day. Not every day, and not always easily, but often enough that she began to rediscover herself. On weekend mornings, she walked to a quiet forest trail. She would sit on a fallen log, breathing softly, allowing emotions to rise without resisting them. Sometimes grief came, sometimes anger, sometimes unexpected gratitude, sometimes a deep, restful peace. She began journaling too, not to fix her emotions, but to honor them. She wrote letters to her mother, to her past self, to the heart inside her that had carried so much. Slowly, the heaviness she once feared became something she could sit with, understand, and even embrace. This is the secret of solitude. When you stop running from your emotions, they stop running your life. In Buddhist teachings, emotional pain is described as a knot. When ignored, the knot tightens. When resisted, it pulls. When feared, it becomes suffocating. But when met with mindful solitude, breath by breath, the knot loosens. What once felt unbearable becomes something you can hold gently in your palms. Leora's healing did not erase her grief. Instead, it taught her how to carry it with love instead of fear. She learned that healing is not forgetting. Healing is honoring. Healing is allowing the past to soften instead of harden. Healing is letting your heart grow around the pain rather than shrink beneath it. Through solitude, she discovered compassion, not only for her mother, but for herself. She stopped pretending to be unbreakable. She started giving herself the tenderness she had offered everyone else, and this tenderness began to ripple into other areas of her life. She listened more deeply. She forgave more easily. She practiced patience with her own flaws. Her grief, once a silent burden, became a quiet teacher. This is what emotional healing through solitude looks like. Not perfection, not erasure, not enlightenment overnight, but a softening, a returning, a quiet reclaiming of your inner world. When you allow yourself to sit in solitude with your emotions, without distraction, without judgment, you give them space to transform. You learn the difference between feeling pain and becoming pain. You discover that you are bigger than every storm inside you. The sky remains vast even when clouds gather. So ask yourself, what emotion have I been running from? What feeling have I been too busy to meet? What part of me is asking for a moment of silence? When you sit alone with yourself, not to fix, not to control, but simply to feel, you open the doorway to emotional freedom. And in that freedom, healing unfolds quietly, like dawn spreading across a darkened sky. There is a kind of strength that does not come from winning battles, achieving goals, or proving anything to anyone. It comes from a quieter place, one that only reveals itself when life becomes heavy and you have no choice but to sit with what hurts. This strength is resilience. And while most people try to build resilience by pushing harder or enduring more, Buddhist wisdom shows us a different path. Resilience is born in solitude. Not the solitude of escape, but the solitude of returning to the deepest core of your being, where your true capacity to withstand life has always lived. To understand this, step for a moment into the life of Aaron, a young medical student whose days were a whirlwind of pressure. Exams loomed. Expectations weighed on him like stones. Every day was a sprint, every night a struggle with exhaustion. He pushed himself relentlessly because he believed that resilience meant surviving without breaking. But beneath the surface, his spirit had begun to fracture. One winter morning, after receiving a disappointing exam result, Aaron felt something crumble inside him. His chest tightened. His hands shook. Tears burned behind his eyes, but he refused to let them fall. He walked out of the building and kept walking, not knowing where he was going. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, each one landing softly, silently. After several blocks, he found himself entering a small, nearly empty park. There was an old wooden gazebo at the center. Aaron stepped inside, sat down, and finally allowed himself to breathe. Really breathe. the kind of breath he hadn't taken in months. At first, he felt only exhaustion, but then something else came. Something he had been avoiding: fear. Fear of failure. Fear of disappointing others. Fear of not being enough. The emotions rose like a tide, threatening to pull him under. His instinct was to distract himself, to stand up, to escape the storm inside. But the park was empty, the world still. For the first time in months, there was nowhere to hide. So he stayed. And this is where resilience began. Most people misunderstand resilience. They think it is the ability to ignore pain, suppress weakness, or force themselves forward. But Buddhist insight teaches that resilience is born from meeting suffering directly without resistance. When you sit in solitude with your pain, not drowning in it, not running from it, but simply witnessing it, begins to transform. Aaron placed his hands on his knees, closed his eyes, and let the emotions come. His fear trembled through him. His sorrow cracked open. His self-doubt flooded his mind. But as he breathed, something unexpected happened. The emotions did not break him. They moved. They shifted. They flowed. Like waves crashing and receding, they rose and fell. This is the natural movement of the emotional world, something most of us never witness, because we are too busy trying to stop the waves. The Buddha taught that everything arises and passes away. The same is true of emotions. When you meet them with awareness, they reveal their impermanence. And this understanding becomes the foundation of resilience. As Aaron sat there, the storm within him slowly softened. His breath deepened, his shoulders loosened. His mind, once a tangled knot, began to untangle itself. In the silence, he realized something profound. He had been trying to survive his life by fighting his emotions, not by understanding them. And every time he ran from his fear, it grew. Every time he suppressed his sadness, it hardened. But here in solitude, he was learning a different kind of strength. The strength to feel fully, without being destroyed by what he felt. When he finally opened his eyes, the snow had begun to settle on the gazebo roof. The world looked softer, his heart felt softer. And in that gentle shift, he recognized the truth. Resilience is not built through force. It is built through presence. From that day on, Aaron made a quiet promise to himself each morning. Before studying, he would spend 10 minutes in solitude. No textbooks, no screens, no pressure to fix or improve anything. Just sitting, just breathing, just witnessing his internal weather. Some days he felt peaceful, some days restless, some days heavy with worry. But every day he strengthened the inner muscle of staying with discomfort, staying with uncertainty, staying with whatever arose. And the more he stayed, the more resilient he became. This kind of resilience is different from toughness. Toughness is brittle. It cracks. It shatters under pressure. But resilience born through solitude is flexible like bamboo that bends in the storm, but does not break. Aaron began to approach challenges differently. Instead of panicking when he felt overwhelmed, he paused. Instead of spiraling into self-criticism, he breathed. Instead of assuming a setback meant failure, he met his emotions with compassion. Slowly, his confidence grew, not because he believed he would always succeed, but because he knew he could meet whatever came internally and externally. This is true resilience. Not the absence of fear, but the courage to sit with fear. Not the absence of disappointment, but the understanding that disappointment does not define you. Not the absence of struggle, but the confidence that you can witness struggle without collapsing beneath it. In Buddhist practice, this is called inner refuge, the ability to take shelter not in the world, but in the steady awareness within yourself. When life becomes unpredictable, your refuge is not certainty. It is presence. And solitude is the door. So ask yourself quietly, do I allow myself to feel, or do I only allow myself to function? Do I meet my own suffering with compassion or with pressure? Do I run from emotional storms, or have I learned to sit with them? Because the moment you learn to sit with yourself in times of difficulty, you begin to discover a truth that changes everything. You are stronger than you think, not by forcing strength, but by trusting your capacity to stay. That is the beginning of unshakable resilience. And it lives in the sanctuary of solitude. There is a doorway that many people pass by every single day without noticing. A doorway so simple, so quiet, that it often goes ignored in the rush of modern life. It is the doorway to mindfulness, the practice of returning to the present moment with clarity, gentleness, and awareness. And though countless books have been written about mindfulness, though millions speak of it, its true power only awakens in one place: solitude. To be alone is to finally hear the world without distortion, to finally hear yourself without interruption, to finally see life as it is, not as your thoughts insist it should be. In solitude, mindfulness stops being a concept and becomes a lived experience, something felt in the body, in the breath, in the very stillness of your being. To understand this in a living, breathing way, step for a moment into the quiet journey of Mira, a young illustrator whose life was filled with constant noise, not the noise of traffic or crowds, but the internal noise of worry. Her mind was always racing ahead: deadlines, projects, fears about the future, insecurities about her work. Even in moments that should have been peaceful, morning coffee, evening walks, quiet dinners, her thoughts raced faster than her breath. Mindfulness was a word she'd seen on posters, heard from friends, and read in self-help articles. But to her, it seemed abstract and unreachable, like a peaceful landscape behind a locked door. One late afternoon, after a stressful day of revisions from her art director, Mira decided to walk home instead of taking the train. Her mind buzzed with self-judgment. Why can't I get anything right? Why am I always behind? What if I never become good enough? The more she thought, the heavier her steps became. As she walked, she passed a small riverside path she had never taken before. Something about the fading light, the gentle curve of the path, the sound of water brushing against the stones drew her in. Without thinking, she turned and followed the trail. The farther she walked, the quieter the world became. The city sounds softened behind her, replaced by the rhythmic murmur of the river. Eventually, she found a bench overlooking the water. She sat down, exhausted. For a moment, she just stared at the river, at the way it kept flowing effortlessly, without worrying about direction or comparison, without forcing itself to be anything but what it was. This simple sight pulled her breath into her body, grounding her in a way she had not felt in years. For the first time that day, her mind stopped running. She inhaled deeply, the air cool in her chest. She exhaled slowly, watching the water move. Something within her, something tender and unused, softened. This was her first true moment of mindfulness. Buddhist teachings describe mindfulness as seeing clearly, not thinking, not analyzing, not judging, just being aware of breath, of sensation, of emotion, of the world as it is. Solitude provides the stillness necessary for this clarity to arise. Without solitude, mindfulness becomes intellectual. With solitude, it becomes a doorway into reality. As Mira sat by the river, she began to notice things she had never paid attention to before: the way the light shimmered on the surface, the soft rustling of reeds, the faint scent of earth after the day's warmth, the delicate chorus of insects emerging at dusk. Each detail anchored her deeper into the present moment. She wasn't thinking about yesterday or tomorrow. She wasn't calculating her next move. She wasn't analyzing her worth. She was simply here, fully here. The Buddha taught that the present moment is the only place where life truly happens. Everything else is memory or imagination. Yet most people live everywhere except the present, lost in regrets of the past or anxieties of the future. Mindfulness invites you back into the one moment that actually exists now. In solitude, Mira began to experience what she had intellectually understood for years, that the mind is a storyteller, a restless narrator. It invents fears, it predicts disasters, it magnifies imperfections. And yet, like a child telling stories under a blanket, its tales feel real only when you forget to look. As Mira returned to the river each evening, something profound began to shift. She started to notice the sensations in her body, the tightness in her shoulders, the shallow breaths, the rapid heartbeat. Instead of fighting or fearing these sensations, she simply observed them. And in observing them, she loosened their control over her. This is one of the great teachings of mindfulness. What you observe clearly without judgment loses its power to overwhelm you. Her emotions, once heavy and chaotic, began to reveal their shape. Sometimes fear surfaced, sometimes sadness, sometimes anger. Instead of pushing them aside, she let them arise. She breathed with them. She allowed them to exist without defining her. Little by little, her inner storms softened. Mindfulness, she discovered, was not about creating peace, but about meeting reality with presence. Peace was the natural result. As the weeks passed, Mira's work began to change too. She became more intentional, more focused, more connected to her creativity. When she drew, she truly saw her lines. When she painted, she felt the texture of each brush stroke. When she brainstormed, ideas flowed not from stress, but from a deep, quiet clarity. Her colleagues noticed she seemed calmer, more patient, more grounded. She laughed more easily. She no longer reacted impulsively when stressed. She carried the river inside her, not the literal river, but the spaciousness, the flow, the presence she had discovered beside it. This is what solitude brings to mindfulness depth. You can practice mindfulness anywhere, but solitude deepens it, like a well becoming clearer, the longer the water sits undisturbed. Alone without performance or expectation, you learn to listen to the subtler layers of your experience. You learn to return to your breath. You learn to meet life instead of resisting it. Mindfulness through solitude reveals that your thoughts are not you, that your emotions are visitors, that your breath is a refuge, that the present moment is wide enough to hold everything you feel. The Buddha once said, "In this moment, you are enough." And solitude gives you the chance to finally believe him. As you read this now, take a slow breath. Feel the weight of your body. Feel your feet grounding you. Feel your breath moving through you. Notice this moment exactly as it is. This is mindfulness. Simple, clear, awake. And if you can give yourself even a few minutes of solitude each day to breathe, to observe, to return, you will discover what Mira discovered, that mindfulness is not a practice separate from life. It is life, fully felt, fully lived. There are moments in every life when a quiet question rises from the deepest chamber of the heart, so soft you barely hear it, yet so honest you cannot ignore it. Am I living in alignment with who I truly am? Not living according to expectations, not according to habit, not according to the roles you've been praised for or pressured into, but living according to the truth that has always pulsed quietly beneath everything you pretend to be. In Buddhist wisdom, living out of alignment isn't considered a failure. It's simply a state of forgetfulness, a drifting away from oneself. We rush, we strive, we obey invisible scripts, we chase recognition, and in that chase, we lose contact with the compass inside. The Buddha taught that clarity can only arise when the mind becomes still enough to see itself, and this kind of clarity finds its home in solitude. Let the story of Soren illuminate this truth. Soren was a young entrepreneur whose life looked polished from the outside. His friends admired him. His parents were proud. His colleagues respected him. His schedule overflowed with tasks, meetings, projects, opportunities, proof, at least by worldly standards, that he was on the right track. But deep within, Soren felt like a man walking through a life that wasn't entirely his own. Every morning, he woke up with the same heaviness in his chest, a dull ache he never spoke of. He wasn't unhappy exactly, just unrooted. He was achieving things, but none of them felt like they belonged to him. In rare moments of honesty, he sensed he was moving, but not necessarily moving toward something meaningful. Still, he stayed busy enough to not question it. Until one night. After a long, draining meeting that stretched past midnight, Soren drove home through empty streets. Neon lights flickered across the windshield. His music felt hollow. His thoughts felt tired. Halfway through the drive, one of his tires blew out near a quiet hillside. He pulled over, called roadside assistance, and was told the wait would be nearly an hour. He sighed, stepped out of the car, and felt a gust of cool night air brush against his skin. For the first time that day, and in truth, for the first time in years, there were no notifications, no demands, no voices pulling him outward. Just the sound of wind moving through the tall grass. Something in him softened. With nothing else to do, Soren walked up the hillside nearby. At the top, he found a large stone overlooking the sleeping city. The buildings shimmered faintly below. The sky stretched above him, an endless tapestry of stars. It was quiet in a way he had nearly forgotten existed. No one was watching. No one was expecting. No one was defining him. And in that spacious solitude, a long-suppressed truth rose unmistakably within him. This is not the life my heart wants to live. He didn't cry. He didn't collapse. He didn't break. He simply saw clearly, gently, honestly. The Buddha called this Yathabhuta Nanadasana, seeing things as they truly are. It doesn't require effort. It requires stillness. It requires the courage to stop long enough to listen. Soren remained on that hill for an hour, then another. The more he sat with himself, the more layers fell away. He realized he no longer loved the work he was doing. He realized he had been chasing achievement to gain approval, not because it fulfilled him. He realized he had abandoned dreams he once held dear. He realized fear, not purpose, had been steering his life for years. These realizations did not arrive like thunder. They arrived like dawn, slow, tender, inevitable. When he finally returned to the city the next morning, he didn't make grand decisions. He didn't quit his job. He didn't announce a transformation. Instead, he gave himself something he had never given before: time alone. Each morning, he walked without his phone. Each evening, he sat quietly with a notebook. He let the silence stretch, not to solve anything, but to see clearly. Solitude became his mirror, and in that reflection, he found a self he had long forgotten. One by one, buried truths emerged. He had always loved creative work. He wanted a life slower, simpler, more human. He longed for meaning, not just accomplishment. He yearned to be kind to himself, not only efficient. None of this was new. It had always lived inside him. He had simply never stopped long enough to hear it. This is the sacred power of solitude. It distinguishes the voice of your heart from the noise of the world. The Buddha called this right intention, not intention based on duty, ego, or fear, but intention aligned with truth. Right intention is not forced. It is uncovered. It arises when the mind becomes free of turbulence. Soren's inner clarity grew, not because he analyzed more, but because he slowed down enough to listen. In solitude, he realized the greatest confusion in his life didn't come from not knowing what he wanted. It came from being too busy to admit it. Through solitude, two profound realizations slowly crystallized. You know your true direction more deeply than you think. Clarity doesn't come from thinking harder, but from thinking less and listening more. Most fears dissolve when you finally face them. The shadows you avoid shrink the moment you turn toward them. A few weeks later, Soren made gentle, steady changes. He shifted his work toward a creative field he once loved. He reorganized his life around simplicity rather than approval. He allowed himself to dream again, not recklessly, but honestly. And for the first time in years, he felt a quiet sense of belonging to himself. Solitude had not changed his life overnight. It had changed his relationship with his life. And from that, everything else began to follow. This is the heart of spiritual alignment, not becoming someone different, but returning to the someone you were always meant to be. So pause for a moment and ask yourself, when was the last time I truly listened to my own soul? Am I living a life that is mine, or a life built from expectations? If everything went silent, what truth would rise in me? Because beneath all the noise, all the roles, all the striving, there is a version of you, waiting patiently to be seen. And solitude is the doorway back to that truth. There are certain moments in life when silence stops being a simple absence of noise and becomes something sacred, an opening a doorway, a threshold into a deeper dimension of your being. In those rare pauses when the chatter of the world fades and your own breath becomes the only sound, something extraordinary begins to awaken inside you. It is the beginning of spiritual growth, not the mystical kind reserved for monks or saints, but the quiet, deeply human unfolding that happens when you finally sit with yourself long enough to feel your own soul. In Buddhism, spiritual growth does not mean becoming perfect. It does not mean rising above human experience. Rather, it means seeing life clearly. It means understanding the impermanence of all things, the tenderness of the heart, the illusions that lead to suffering, and the simple truths that bring freedom. And this awakening, this ripening of wisdom, only blossoms when you create enough solitude to hear the whispers beneath your thoughts. This truth became real in the journey of Aveline. Aveline was a young designer, living in a fast-paced city, surrounded by constant motion traffic deadlines, client calls, social events responsibilities. The city gave her many things: ambition, opportunity, creative stimulation. But it also stole something precious without her noticing her inner connection. She was excellent at her job, admired for her taste and her work ethic. But beneath the polished surface, a quiet exhaustion lived. Not the exhaustion that sleep could cure, but the exhaustion of a soul stretched thin, torn between who she was and who she thought she needed to be. She felt like she was always chasing something: approval, accomplishment, certainty. And the more she chased, the further she drifted from herself. There were moments, brief, fleeting, when she felt a strange heaviness rising. Late at night, after finishing a project, early in the morning when the city had not yet awakened, moments when a subtle ache would whisper, "There must be more to life than this." But she always brushed it aside. There was always another deadline, another expectation, another distraction ready to pull her away from herself. Then, one day, after completing a demanding project, she felt a rare impulse, an inner tug she could not ignore. She requested a week off and traveled back to her childhood village near the mountains. She had not been there in years. The moment she arrived, something softened. The air was cleaner, the pace slower, the world quieter. It felt like stepping into an old memory she didn't realize she missed. On the second morning of her trip, she walked into the forest behind her family home, a place she used to explore endlessly as a child. The trees were older now, taller, more silent. The stream still whispered softly over smooth stones. The sunlight filtered through branches like threads of gold. She sat beside a familiar old tree, placed her hand on its trunk, and closed her eyes. And then silence. Not the fragile silence of a quiet room, but the living silence of nature. A silence that breathed, a silence that embraced, a silence that made her aware of every inhale and every exhale, as if her breath had been waiting years for her to notice it. In that moment, she was not a designer, not a professional, not a daughter, not a friend. She was simply a human being, raw, delicate, and profoundly alive. And something within her began to break open. Old memories bubbled up, days spent playing near the stream, moments when she felt truly free, unburdened by comparison or expectation. She remembered how she used to draw for hours without caring if anyone saw. She remembered how easily joy came before adulthood complicated everything. Then, in the stillness, she felt something she had forgotten how to feel, a pure, unconditional peace. Aveline realized she had become a stranger to herself, not because she was broken, but because she had abandoned the inner world that once nourished her. She saw clearly that she had been living outwardly, always responding to external demands, rarely listening inward. And one truth rose with painful clarity: I have been away from myself for too long. This is the beginning of spiritual growth, the moment you recognize the distance between you and your own soul. In the days that followed, Aveline returned to the forest each morning. She sat by the stream, closed her eyes, and listened not to thoughts, but to awareness itself. Each day the silence revealed something new. She saw the impermanence of all things, the leaves drifting on water, the clouds changing shape, the breath rising and falling, the emotions shifting like weather. She began to understand, not intellectually, but experientially, the Buddha's teaching on impermanence, anicca. Everything changes, everything flows, nothing can be held. And somehow this truth did not feel frightening. It felt freeing. She realized that the pressure she carried came from trying to hold life still to control outcomes, people, impressions, fears. But the forest taught her differently. Life is always moving, always renewing, always unfolding. And the more gently she flowed with it, the more peaceful she felt. She also saw her suffering differently. Instead of treating her sadness as weakness or her fear as a flaw, she recognized them as messengers, calling her back to the places within that needed attention. She realized that her anxiety came from living too far from her heart, that her loneliness came from being disconnected from her inner life, that her exhaustion came from performing instead of being. Slowly, her heart softened. Slowly, her mind cleared. Slowly, her soul remembered itself. This is the nature of spiritual growth, not sudden enlightenment, not dramatic transformation, but a gentle returning, a remembering of what has always been true. Aveline began writing each evening, not about goals or plans, but about what she discovered in silence. She journaled about her fears, her unnoticed longings, the parts of herself she hid from the world, and day by day, the invisible walls inside her began to dissolve. By the end of the week, she felt transformed, not in a loud, triumphant way, but in a quiet, steady way. Like the forest itself, she had grown from the inside. When she returned to the city, she brought with her a new way of moving in the world. She still worked. She still interacted with people. Life still had challenges, but something was different. Her pace was slower. Her heart was softer. Her decisions were clearer. Her boundaries were healthier. Her presence was fuller. She no longer lived automatically. She lived intentionally. She lived inwardly connected. She lived with the quiet wisdom that only solitude can reveal. This is spiritual growth, not escaping the world, but understanding yourself enough to move through the world with peace. So pause for a moment and ask yourself, when was the last time I truly met my own soul? Have I been living outwardly or inwardly? What truth inside me has been waiting for silence to be heard? Because spiritual growth does not require a monastery or a teacher. It requires a moment, one quiet moment, when you finally stop running and allow yourself to come home. There is a quiet intelligence that awakens only when life stops pulling you in every direction, an inner clarity that rises when you step into solitude, not as an escape, but as a companion. And from that clarity springs a gift most people don't realize they possess: the ability to solve problems with depth, precision, and intuition. In a world that glorifies constant productivity, rapid responses, and instant solutions, we often forget that the mind, like a lake, becomes muddy when stirred constantly. But when it is still, truly still, the water clears. And in that clarity, answers begin to reveal themselves without force. This is the essence of Buddhist wisdom. Problems are not solved by thinking more, but by seeing more clearly. And solitude is the lens that sharpens your vision. To understand this fully, step for a moment into the story of Elias. Elias was a systems engineer, brilliant, logical, respected in his company. Yet behind the facade of competence, he carried a constant pressure to fix, solve, decide, and deliver. His mind was like a computer running too many programs at once, slow, overheated, overwhelmed. One week, he was assigned to lead the development of a crucial software feature. The project was complex, time-sensitive, and full of hidden technical challenges. His team looked to him for direction, clarity, and solutions. But the more he pushed himself, the more tangled his thoughts became. Every attempt to solve the problem created two new ones. Every idea collapsed under scrutiny. Every meeting ended with him feeling more mentally scattered. After 3 days of frustration, Elias stayed late at the office, staring blankly at lines of code on his screen. Nothing made sense anymore. His head buzzed with noise. His chest felt tight. His thoughts looped in circles. He felt like he was trying to untie 1,000 knots all at once. Finally, driven by exhaustion and intuition, he closed his laptop. He grabbed his coat, left the building, and walked out into the cold night air. The city was quiet. A thin fog drifted through the street lamps, casting a soft glow on the empty sidewalks. With no destination in mind, Elias walked, and walked, and walked. After nearly an hour, he found himself near a small lake at the edge of a public park. The water was still reflecting the dim lights of the shore like a sheet of dark glass. He sat down on a bench, pulled his coat tighter around his body, and allowed himself for the first time in days to stop trying, stop thinking, stop planning, stop solving, stop forcing. Just breathe. At first, his mind resisted. Thoughts surged like waves. You should be working. Time is running out. You're falling behind. But fatigue softened their intensity. The longer Elias sat in silence, the more his thoughts began to settle. His breath deepened, his shoulders relaxed, his heartbeat slowed. Without realizing it, he entered a state that Buddhist teachings call calm, abiding, a stillness in which the mind naturally organizes itself. As he gazed at the lake, something profound dawned on him. He had been trying to solve the problem with a chaotic mind, and a chaotic mind cannot see clearly. He looked at the water and noticed how the reflections shifted whenever the surface rippled. The slightest disturbance blurred the image. But when the water became still, everything became precise, clear, simple. In that moment, Elias understood. My mind works the same way. He didn't open his laptop. He didn't take notes. He didn't analyze anything. He simply let the mind rest. Only then, in that openness, did something extraordinary happen. A solution began to form, not as a forced thought, but as a quiet realization. A connection he hadn't seen before. A simplification he had overlooked. A pattern that only became obvious now that his mind was still. He saw where the architecture needed restructuring. He saw which piece of logic was causing the entire system to choke. He saw exactly how to fix the problem efficiently, elegantly, cleanly. Not through effort, through clarity. This is the magic of solitude. When you step away from noise, your inner intelligence awakens. When you stop forcing answers, answers flow toward you naturally. When you release the pressure to solve, insight rises on its own. The Buddha called this direct knowing, a kind of wisdom that emerges not from thinking harder, but from perceiving reality without distortion. And solitude creates the perfect space for this direct knowing to surface. Over the next few days, Elias developed a new ritual. Before work each morning, he visited the lake for 15 minutes of silence. He didn't meditate formally. He simply sat, breathed, watched the water. And each day he noticed something remarkable. His ideas became clearer. His decisions came more effortlessly. Conflicts felt easier to untangle. Complex problems broke open with elegant solutions. His intuition grew sharper and more reliable. It was as if his mind had shifted from a crowded marketplace to a calm observatory. One afternoon, his manager called him into a meeting and said, "I don't know what you're doing differently, but your clarity has improved dramatically." Elias only smiled, thinking of the lake, the silence, the stillness. This transformation wasn't mystical. It wasn't miraculous. It was the natural intelligence of the mind, finally allowed to breathe. Solitude, when embraced, regularly creates profound changes in your cognitive world. Your mental noise decreases. You stop overthinking and begin seeing what is essential. Your problem solving becomes intuitive. Solutions rise effortlessly when the mind is spacious. Your creativity expands. With fewer distractions, the mind begins to play again. Your insight deepens. You see connections others miss because you are not rushing. Your decisions become wiser. When you are centered, your choices reflect clarity, not fear. Through solitude, Elias discovered something most people spend a lifetime missing. The mind is self-healing, self-organizing, and profoundly intelligent when given space. So the next time you face a challenge that seems overwhelming, Try this. Instead of thinking more, step away. Instead of forcing answers, find stillness. Instead of drowning in noise, sit with silence. Instead of pushing harder, breathe deeper. Ask yourself, what might I see if my mind were finally quiet? What answers might surface if I allowed myself to pause? What clarity awaits in the silence I've been avoiding? Because the truth is simple. Your greatest insights are not hiding in more effort. They are waiting in the quiet corners of your own mind, and solitude is the key that unlocks them. There is a kind of freedom that most people spend their entire lives chasing outwardly through relationships, through approval, through status, without ever realizing that the freedom they seek has always been an inward journey. This freedom is independence of the soul, a quiet strength that blooms when you finally learn to stand in your own presence without fear, without loneliness, and without the need for constant validation. And solitude, true mindful solitude, is the soil in which this independence takes root. In Buddhist philosophy, independence does not mean isolation or self-sufficiency in a rigid sense. It means realizing that your stability, your peace, and your sense of self-worth are not at the mercy of others. It means discovering that the core of who you are does not collapse when no one else is around. It means learning to trust your own inner wisdom more deeply than the noise of the world. Let the story of Nara bring this to life. Nara was someone who loved connection. She thrived in conversations and shared laughter in the warmth of companionship. But over time, her relationships became less about genuine connection and more about filling a void she didn't want to face. She found herself constantly seeking reassurance, confirmation she was valued, seen, appreciated. She feared silence, feared empty evenings, feared being alone with herself. Whenever she felt uneasy, she texted someone. Whenever doubt crept in, she sought advice. Whenever sadness arose, she filled her days with plans, gatherings, distractions. The world saw her as vibrant and social, but inside, she felt fragile, like a lantern that could only stay lit if someone else kept lighting the wick. Then, one evening, after a day filled with noise and motion, she received a call that one of her closest friends was moving abroad. The news shook her more than she expected. After hanging up, she felt a deep, hollow panic. It wasn't just sadness about the friend leaving, it was fear. Fear of losing her emotional anchor. Fear of having to face the empty spaces she had spent years avoiding. Unable to sit still, Nara left her apartment and wandered through the quiet streets of her neighborhood. Without thinking, she walked into a small, nearly empty tea house. The owner, a gentle elderly woman, served her a cup of jasmine tea without a word. Nara sat in the corner by the window, hands wrapped around the warm cup heart, trembling in her chest. It was the first time in years she sat alone without distraction. At first, she felt uncomfortable, then restless, then vulnerable. But beneath that vulnerability was something deeper, an invitation. Silence began to reveal things she had buried. She depended on others because she feared her own emotions. She avoided solitude because she didn't trust her own company. She confused loneliness with discomfort. She relied on constant contact to feel secure. These realizations did not come with shame, they came with clarity. The tea house was quiet. The faint aroma of flowers drifted through the air. Outside, dusk painted the street in gentle shades of gold. As she sat there for the first time in a long while, she breathed deeply, free of pretense, free of performance. And then something shifted. She noticed the stillness inside her was not empty. It was spacious. It was calm. It was supportive. In that moment, she understood a profound truth. She had been outsourcing her sense of self to the people around her, and solitude was giving her the chance to reclaim it. In Buddhist teachings, there is a concept called inner refuge, the understanding that true safety comes not from the outer world, but from the strength of your own grounded awareness. Nara began to see that her freedom did not depend on having someone always near. It depended on cultivating a presence within herself that she could rely on. So she made a quiet commitment. Each day, she would spend a little time alone, not as punishment, not as isolation, but as nourishment. Some days she walked in the park. Some days she sat with a cup of tea. Some days she journaled and wrote honestly about what she felt. Some days she simply breathed, noticing the rise and fall of her chest. And slowly, something remarkable happened. Her dependence softened. Her anxiety loosened its grip. Her emotional grounding deepened. Her conversations became fuller, not fueled by need, but by presence. Her relationships improved because she no longer approached them from emptiness, but from wholeness. She discovered that independence wasn't about rejecting others. It was about no longer abandoning herself. And as her relationship with herself grew, so did her confidence. She realized she could make decisions without seeking reassurance from 5 people. She realized she could comfort herself without waiting for a message to arrive. She realized she could sit with discomfort without falling apart. This is what solitude teaches. You are not fragile. You are not incomplete. You are not dependent on others for your worth. You are a whole human being capable of standing firmly in your own light. Nara's transformation became visible to those around her. She carried herself differently, steadier, gentler, more assured. She no longer panicked at the idea of being alone. In fact, solitude became a sanctuary, a place where she reconnected with her strength. She still loved people. She still cherished connection. But now, she also cherished herself. True independence, she realized, is not the absence of relationships. It's the presence of self. It is the ability to walk beside others without losing your own center. It is the freedom to love without clinging. It is the courage to stand alone without feeling abandoned. It is the wisdom to know that your peace belongs to you. So ask yourself gently, do I trust my own company? Do I rely on others to fill the spaces within me? What would happen if I learned to befriend my solitude? Because when you stop running from yourself, you discover a quiet power that nothing and no one can take away the power of inner independence. And that is one of the greatest freedoms you will ever know. There is a kind of transformation that does not arrive in thunder, nor in bright flashes of revelation. It comes quietly, almost imperceptibly, like the soft unfolding of dawn across the horizon. This transformation is the shift from seeking peace outside yourself to discovering peace within yourself. And the doorway to this shift, the bridge between confusion and clarity, is solitude. Most people treat solitude as a pause from life. But in truth, solitude is where life begins to make sense. It is where your wisdom wakes up. It is where your mind stops scattering and starts gathering. And when your wisdom awakens, one of the most profound changes occurs. You begin to understand your relationships with others more clearly. Not just romantic relationships, but friendships, family bonds, professional dynamics, and even the subtle relationships you hold with memories, expectations, and past versions of yourself. To see how solitude reshapes relationships, let us step into the story of Emrys. Emrys was someone who loved deeply, so deeply, that he often lost himself in the process. He was the friend who always showed up, the partner who always compromised, the colleague who took on extra tasks to avoid burdening others. People admired him for his kindness, but they didn't see the energetic cost beneath it. Emrys gave endlessly, yet rarely received. He supported everyone, yet felt unsupported. He feared conflict, feared disappointing others, feared being misunderstood. Over the years, an invisible exhaustion built up inside him, an exhaustion tied not to what others did to him, but to what he habitually did to himself. He abandoned his own needs to maintain connection. One rainy evening, after an argument with a close friend, an argument born from years of unspoken resentment, Emrys felt something inside him break, not in a violent way, but in a subtle, painful way that whispered, "I have been losing myself." Instinctively, he stepped outside into the rain, letting the cool water soften the heat in his chest. He walked without direction, letting the night swallow the noise within him. Eventually, he reached a quiet botanical garden that stayed open late. The entrance gate was unlocked. With no one around, he wandered inside. The garden was dimly lit, the lamps glowing like small moons among the leaves. Water droplets shimmered on the petals of sleeping flowers. A gentle wind brushed past him. The silence was so complete that he could hear his own heartbeat. He found a wooden pavilion by a small pond and sat down. And for the first time in his adult life, Emrys allowed himself to be alone, not as escape, not as punishment, but as presence. He felt every emotion he had suppressed for years begin to rise: frustration, sadness, longing, fear. They rose not to overwhelm him, but to be seen. This is the first gift solitude gives: the truth that relationships cannot be healthy unless you are in relationship with yourself. As he sat in the pavilion, Emrys began to see clearly what he could not see when surrounded by noise. He said yes too often because he feared being abandoned. He swallowed his needs because he equated honesty with conflict. He confused being needed with being loved. He mistook self-sacrifice for kindness. He accommodated others to avoid facing the loneliness he felt inside. And the realization came like a soft revelation. I have been searching for love externally because I have not learned to give it to myself internally. The rain outside slowed. The garden grew still. And in that stillness, Emrys understood a deeper truth, one taught often in Buddhist tradition. Every relationship is a mirror. What you fear within yourself, you fear in others. What you avoid within yourself, you avoid confronting in others. What you neglect within yourself, you allow others to neglect. The Buddha taught that clarity does not emerge from thinking about relationships. It emerges from understanding one's own heart. And solitude especially, solitude embraced with openness, becomes the training ground for this understanding. Over the following days, Emrys began practicing small acts of mindful solitude. He sat quietly each morning before work. He walked without his phone. He journaled honestly, without censoring his emotions. With each moment of quiet, patterns that once seemed confusing became obvious. He realized he apologized too much, not because he was wrong, but because he feared losing connection. He realized he agreed to things that made him uncomfortable. He realized he tolerated disrespect because he was afraid to set boundaries. He realized he mistook intensity for intimacy. He realized he didn't fully know what he wanted in relationships because he never gave himself time to ask. And then came perhaps the most important insight. If I do not value my own presence, others will not value it either. This is the second gift solitude offers: self-worth, rooted in self-awareness, not external approval. As Emrys deepened his alone time, something began to shift within him. Not dramatically, but steadily, like a tree adjusting its roots deeper into the soil. He began to speak more honestly. He learned to pause before saying yes. He began to express discomfort rather than suppress it. He learned that conflict can be an act of healing, not destruction. He started to recognize which relationships nourished him and which ones only drained him. His friendships shifted. Some deepened, some faded. His romantic life changed. He no longer sought people who needed saving. He gravitated toward those who respected his boundaries. He stopped performing kindness and began practicing genuine compassion, kindness with clarity, not self-erasure. And people noticed. They sensed the new steadiness in him. They felt the new calmness in how he spoke. They respected the quiet confidence emerging from within. Because solitude had not made him distant, it had made him whole. This is the third gift of solitude. When you stop abandoning yourself, others stop abandoning you. Through solitude, Emrys learned what spiritual teachers across generations have echoed. You cannot love someone properly if you have forgotten how to love yourself. You cannot communicate clearly if you have not listened to your own heart. You cannot set boundaries if you do not know where you end and others begin. You cannot choose healthy relationships if you do not understand your worth. Solitude does not teach you to reject people. It teaches you to reject the versions of yourself that shrink for the sake of people. In the quiet garden of his mind, Emrys discovered a new truth. You attract what aligns with your self-regard. When you respect yourself, you draw in those who respect you. When you understand your needs, you find relationships that honor them. When you trust your own presence, you stop clinging to others out of fear. Solitude then becomes the birthplace of relational wisdom. It teaches you that you can love without losing yourself. You can connect without collapsing into others. You can be alone without feeling abandoned. And you can welcome relationships not from emptiness, but from fullness. So ask yourself, have I been giving from abundance or from fear? Do I shrink myself in relationships? Do I know my own needs? Do I listen to my heart as much as I listen to others? What might change if I learned to sit with myself in silence? Because the truth is simple and profound. The quality of your relationships begins with the quality of your relationship with yourself. And solitude quiet, spacious, compassionate solitude is the mirror that reveals who you are and who you are becoming. There is a wisdom that awakens only when life becomes still, when you step back from all the noise, the rushing, the proving, the striving, and sit quietly enough to feel the subtle pulse of your own inner world. This wisdom is the understanding of life's most profound truth. Everything is impermanent, and because everything is impermanent, everything is precious. Yet most people fear impermanence. They resist it. They cling to what is fading and chase what is fleeing. They treat change as an enemy rather than a teacher. But Buddhist wisdom reveals that impermanence is not an obstacle to peace. It is the path to peace. And solitude is the space where this truth becomes not just an idea, but a lived experience. To see how solitude reveals the beauty of impermanence, step into the life of Arden. Arden was a photographer. He spent his days capturing moments for others, weddings, portraits, celebrations, but rarely paused to witness his own life. He loved beauty, yet rushed too fast to feel it. He loved time, yet never slowed down to experience it. His work was admired, but inside he felt a quiet hollowness, a sense of drifting through life rather than inhabiting it. One autumn morning after a long week of assignments, Arden drove to a remote valley known for its foliage. He had planned to take landscape photos for his portfolio, but when he stepped out of his car, something unexpected happened. The silence of the valley struck him like a soft wave. Golden leaves drifted in the wind. The hills glowed with amber and crimson. The sky stretched wide and clear. The world moved gently without urgency, without schedules. Arden stood still, watching a single leaf fall from a maple tree, spiraling, dancing, landing softly on the ground. And something inside him shifted. Instead of reaching for his camera, he sat down on a rock and simply watched the leaves falling, each one unique, each one unrepeatable. For the first time in a long time, he felt the presence of time itself. Not the rushed time of daily routines, not the pressured time of deadlines, but the soft, natural time of the universe, fluid, spacious, inevitable. As he breathed in the crisp air, Arden felt a realization rising. Nothing he was looking at would ever exist in the same way again. The color of the leaves, the position of the sun, the breeze brushing the valley, the exact moment he was experiencing. Everything was passing, changing, becoming something new. And yet, instead of sadness, he felt awe. In solitude, impermanence was not frightening. It was beautiful. It made the moment shine brighter. It made reality feel sacred. It made him understand why the Buddha said, "Because all is fleeting, all is worthy of love." Arden stayed in the valley for hours. He watched how sunlight shifted across the trees, how clouds floated by like wandering pilgrims, how each leaf that fell carried a quiet story of transformation. He realized that life was doing the same thing to him, changing him leaf by leaf, season by season, even when he hadn't noticed. For years, he had resisted change, clinging to old roles, old dreams, old expectations of who he was supposed to be. But watching the trees release their leaves without struggle, he felt something soften. The trees did not mourn what they shed. They did not fear winter's arrival. They trusted the cycle of life. They trusted transformation. They trusted impermanence. And Arden began to wonder, what if I learned to trust it too? In the days that followed, Arden returned to the valley every morning. Sometimes he brought his camera, but he photographed differently now, with intention, with appreciation, with stillness. He stopped trying to capture perfect shots and instead captured the poetry of change. The fleeting nature of things became his inspiration. But more important than the photos was the internal shift happening quietly inside him. Impermanence was teaching him to let go. One morning, while sitting beneath an oak tree, Arden remembered a childhood dream he had abandoned to travel and document forgotten landscapes around the world. He had buried the dream under responsibilities, fearing the uncertainty that came with change. Yet now, watching the world transform effortlessly, he asked himself, if the trees can transform without fear, why can't I? In solitude, he saw clearly that he wasn't afraid of change. He was afraid of letting go of the familiar. He wasn't resisting the future. He was gripping the past. And slowly, with each morning in the valley, his grip loosened. He realized relationships that had faded were not failures. They were seasons. He realized opportunities that ended were not losses. They were transitions. He realized dreams that changed were not mistakes. They were growth. And most importantly, he realized he himself was not fixed. He was a living process always unfolding. This realization brought a new kind of freedom, the freedom to stop holding life hostage, the freedom to stop resisting reality, the freedom to stop demanding permanence from things that were never meant to stay the same. This is what solitude reveals. When you stop running from impermanence, you begin to see the sacredness of every moment. Arden eventually made a decision he had postponed for years. He reorganized his life to make space for his dream. He reduced his workload. He saved money. He planned his first journey, not recklessly, but from a place of clarity and trust. Impermanence wasn't pushing him, it was guiding him, and as he walked through the valley for the last time that season, he watched a final leaf fall from a branch, swirling gently before resting on the earth. He smiled, feeling not sadness, but gratitude, because solitude had taught him this truth. When you learn to embrace impermanence, you learn to live fully, love deeply, and let go gracefully. You stop clinging. You stop resisting. You start flowing with life rather than fighting it. So ask yourself, what am I holding on to that life is gently asking me to release? What beauty am I missing by resisting change? What part of me is trying to stay the same when it's time to grow? Because everything you cherish is temporary, and that is what makes it extraordinary. Solitude doesn't make impermanence painful. It makes impermanence meaningful. And in understanding that meaning, you step into a deeper, freer way of living. There are truths in life that cannot be learned through teachers' books or conversations. Truths that only reveal themselves in the quiet, in the stillness, in the moments when the world stops pulling you outward and you finally turn inward. One of these truths is the nature of non-self, the Buddhist insight that who you think you are is far more fluid, spacious, and interconnected than you ever imagined. Most people go through life believing they are a fixed identity, a solid me with unchanging traits, preferences, wounds, and limitations. They cling to this sense of self because it feels safe, familiar, predictable. Yet this clinging often becomes the root of suffering. You're not suffering because life is hard. You're suffering because you keep trying to protect a rigid idea of who you think you are. Solitude changes that. When you step away from roles, routines, and the eyes of others. When you sit alone long enough for your thoughts to settle. When the noise dies down and nothing is left to perform, you begin to see yourself not as a fixed identity, but as a fluid experience. To understand this, let us walk with Lumen. Lumen was a young architect whose work was admired for its precision and imagination. Yet despite her talents, she carried a heavy inner conflict. She felt trapped inside her own identity. She had been labeled the responsible one, the perfectionist, the gifted child, the achiever. And over the years, she began to live only within these walls, pressured to always perform, always control, always excel. Deep inside, however, she felt a longing for something softer, freedom, creativity, without expectation, a sense of play she had not felt since childhood. But the idea of deviating from who others believed her to be terrified her. What if I disappoint people? What if I fail? What if I am not who I thought I was? Then one weekend, overwhelmed by her own restlessness, Lumen drove to a coastal town she had visited once as a child. It was a quiet village with old wooden piers, fishermen mending their nets at dawn, and waves that murmured against the shore. She booked a small cabin overlooking the sea and decided to spend the next 2 days with no plans, no devices, and no obligations. On the first morning, she walked along the beach as the sun rose, turning the sky into a river of gold. The rhythmic sound of the waves soothed her mind, loosening the tightness inside her. She sat down on a large piece of driftwood and watched the water breathe in and out. With each wave, something softened. With each breath, something opened. With each moment of silence, something inside her shifted just slightly at first, like a door unlocking. As she sat there, memories surfaced, memories of drawing with chalk on sidewalks, of building imaginary worlds, out of cardboard boxes of dancing without self-consciousness. She realized she had once been someone different, someone freer, lighter, more spontaneous. And then a profound truth rose within her. I am not only who I've been told I am. In Buddhist teachings, this insight is called anatta, or non-self. The understanding that the self is not a fixed entity, but a changing flow of experiences, emotions, thoughts, and choices. Yet Lumen was not reading a scripture or analyzing philosophy. She was experiencing it. The person she was at work was not the only version of her. The child she once was had not disappeared. She was simply buried beneath expectations. The perfectionist identity she clung to was not her entire truth. It was just one mask among many. Beneath all the roles, she felt vast. She returned to the cabin and did something she had not done in years. She painted. Not for a project, not for a client, not for anyone's judgment, just for herself. Her strokes were messy, vibrant, unpredictable. Colors, blended shapes emerged. Emotions expressed themselves without filter. It felt like opening a window inside her chest. As she painted, she began to see how tightly she had imprisoned herself inside a single identity. She wasn't trapped by life, she was trapped by who she believed she had to be. Here in solitude, she saw the truth clearly. The self is not a statue. It is a river. It flows. It changes. It evolves. It reshapes itself with each moment of awareness. The next morning, Lumen sat by the sea again. This time, she closed her eyes and simply breathed. As her breath deepened, she felt a gentle detachment from the labels and stories she had carried for so long. She wasn't the successful one. She wasn't the responsible one. She wasn't the gifted one. She wasn't even an architect in that moment. She was simply awareness, a presence, a consciousness experiencing the world, a part of something larger, more fluid, more interconnected. This realization brought an unexpected peace, a peace that did not depend on achievement recognition or identity, a peace that arose naturally when she stopped clinging to who she thought she had to be. This is the gift of solitude. You meet the self beneath your self-image. You meet the part of you untouched by success or failure. You meet the part of you that cannot be defined, only experienced. When Lumen returned to the city, she did not abandon her career. She did not reject her responsibility. But she moved differently through her days. Her identity was lighter, more spacious. She allowed herself to be creative without perfection. She allowed herself to say no without guilt. She allowed herself to explore new aspects of who she was becoming. She no longer lived inside a rigid definition of self. She lived inside a river flowing freely. And this freedom began to transform her relationships, her work, her choices. She was no longer afraid of change because she understood that she was change. She was no longer afraid of failure because she understood she was more than success or failure. She was no longer afraid of disappointing others because she understood that she no longer had to betray herself. This is the truth solitude reveals again and again. You are not a fixed identity. You are a living process. You are not a noun. You are a verb. You are becoming. So pause for a moment and ask yourself gently, what identity have I been clinging to? What part of me have I silenced to fit expectations? Who might I become if I allowed myself to flow rather than hold tight? Because the moment you release the rigid idea of who you must be, you give life permission to show you who you really are, vast, evolving, and infinitely free. There are moments in solitude when something extraordinary happens, moments when the world grows quiet enough for you to hear not just your thoughts, but the subtle language of your own heart. It speaks in feelings rather than words, in sensations rather than logic. And when you learn to listen to it, you begin to unlock one of the greatest gifts solitude offers: the awakening of compassion. Not compassion as pity, not compassion as obligation, but compassion as a deep intuitive understanding of yourself and others, rooted in presence rather than performance. In Buddhism, compassion is not something you force. It arises naturally when you stop numbing, stop running, and stop distracting yourself from what you feel. It is the flower that blooms in the still field of your heart, and solitude is the sunlight that allows that flower to open. To see how solitude awakens compassion, let us enter the quiet story of Rowan. Rowan was a paramedic, strong, steady, dependable. He had spent years helping others survive their worst moments, but beneath his calm exterior was a heart carrying more than anyone could see. Night after night, he witnessed suffering accidents, illnesses, loss, heartbreak. Over time, he became so accustomed to holding himself together that he forgot how to feel anything fully. He didn't break down. He didn't cry. He didn't share his struggles. He simply kept moving shift after shift, emergency after emergency. People called him resilient, but he wasn't resilient. He was numb. And numbness, though it may look like strength, slowly turns the heart into stone. One evening, after responding to a particularly heartbreaking call, a young boy who had lost consciousness due to an allergic reaction, Rowan felt something inside him cave in. The boy survived, but the fear in the child's mother's voice echoed in his mind long after the ambulance doors closed. When his shift ended, Rowan didn't go home. He drove aimlessly until he reached an overlook outside the city, a place where the land dipped into a wide valley illuminated only by moonlight. He stepped out of the car and stood by the cliff edge, the cold wind pressing against his face. For the first time in months, he felt the weight of all the stories he carried pressing into his chest. The fear he had absorbed, the sorrow he had witnessed, the emotional exhaustion he had silenced. It all rose at once, no longer containable. He sat on a stone and let the silence wrap around him. At first, it felt unsettling, like the quiet was too loud. Then gradually something softened. His breath deepened, his shoulders relaxed, his heartbeat slowed, and in that softening, the numbness began to melt. He didn't cry loudly, he didn't break down dramatically. He simply let tears fall. Quiet tears, tired tears, human tears. This is what solitude does. It creates a safe space for the heart to feel again. Rowan realized he had spent years caring for others without ever caring for himself. He had compassion for the suffering he saw, but none for the suffering he carried. He had forgotten that compassion begins inwardly. You cannot pour from an empty heart. You cannot lighten the pain of others while refusing to acknowledge your own. And then, like a small flame rekindling, a new feeling arose. Not guilt, not self-pity, but gentleness. He placed a hand on his chest and whispered softly, "I'm doing my best." It was the first compassionate thought he had given himself in years. This simple act, this quiet affirmation, was the beginning of healing. Each night afterward, Rowan returned to the overlook. He sat in silence, letting the day's emotions rise and fall like tides. Sometimes he felt sadness, sometimes gratitude, sometimes exhaustion, sometimes peace. But with each evening of solitude, something remarkable grew within him. He began to understand his own limits. He became kinder to himself. He recognized that strength includes vulnerability. He stopped pushing himself beyond emotional capacity. He learned to rest without guilt. Compassion, he discovered, was not a skill, it was a remembering of his humanity, a remembering of his tenderness, a remembering that he too deserved kindness. And as his inward compassion deepened, his outward compassion changed too. He became more patient, not because he forced patience, but because he understood pain more intimately. He listened more deeply, not because it was required, but because he cared without depletion. He comforted with authenticity, not out of duty, but from a well that no longer felt empty. His co-workers noticed, his patients noticed, even strangers felt the difference in his presence. This is what solitude reveals. Compassion grows not from doing more for others, but from finally learning to sit with yourself. Buddhist teachings say, compassion is a verb, but solitude teaches you the foundation of that verb being. When you learn to be with your own suffering, you learn to be with the suffering of others. When you understand your own fear, you understand the fear in others. When you forgive your own mistakes, you stop expecting perfection from others. When you offer yourself compassion, you become a vessel of compassion naturally. Rowan didn't become softer in weakness. He became softer in wisdom. He didn't become fragile. He became human again. His compassion was no longer a duty. It was a state of being. So ask yourself quietly, have I been compassionate toward myself? Do I allow myself to feel what I feel? Have I been carrying pain without gentleness? What might soften inside me if I allowed myself a moment of solitude? Because compassion does not begin with the world. It begins with you. And solitude is where that beginning is born. There comes a moment in every human life when the world becomes too loud, when the voices of expectation, comparison, pressure, and responsibility grow so overwhelming that you can no longer hear the quiet truth inside yourself. It is in these moments that solitude becomes more than a choice. It becomes a necessity, a refuge, a return. But solitude does something even deeper than offering rest. It strengthens something essential, something most people underestimate until life tests them inner resilience. Resilience is not toughness. It is not suppressing emotions. It is not forcing yourself to be strong. True resilience is the ability to stand in the center of your life, even when storms swirl, and remain connected to yourself. And solitude is the training ground where this strength is born. To see how solitude builds resilience in a human heart, step into the life of Aiden. Aiden was a young teacher, kind, intelligent, dedicated. He loved his students deeply and believed in the transformative power of learning. But life had not been easy for him. He grew up in a turbulent home, carried unresolved wounds, and struggled silently with self-doubt. As an adult, he poured himself into helping others while ignoring the fractures within his own spirit. Then one year, everything collapsed at once. His school underwent major restructuring, placing enormous pressure on the staff. 2 of his closest friends moved away. His long-term relationship ended abruptly. His father fell ill. It was as though every pillar that supported his life gave way at the same time. Aiden felt like he was walking through his days with a weight strapped to his chest. He smiled at work. He showed up for others, but inside, he felt hollow, exhausted, stretched thin, overwhelmed by the sense that he was breaking. One evening, after a particularly difficult day, he drove aimlessly and ended up near an old hillside trail he hadn't visited in years. Without planning to, he began hiking. The trail was steep, climbing through pine forests and winding along rocky cliffs. The air grew colder as he ascended. The only sounds were the crunch of his shoes on earth and the rhythmic beat of his breath. Halfway up the trail, he reached a narrow clearing that overlooked the city far below. The lights shimmered like constellations on the ground. He sat on a flat stone and finally allowed everything he had been holding in to rise. He didn't speak. He didn't cry. He simply felt the weight of the losses, felt the uncertainty of the future, felt the ache of responsibility he carried alone. The silence around him felt endless, but not empty. The mountains held him. The wind whispered across his skin. The earth beneath him felt solid, steady, ancient. For the first time in months, he felt anchored. And in that anchoring, he noticed something subtle but profound. The world was vast. His pain was real, yet not all-consuming. Life was larger than this moment of suffering, and he was still here. In that moment of solitude, Aiden discovered the first source of resilience perspective. Not logical perspective, not someone telling him it would be okay, but inner perspective, the widening spaciousness that arises when you step away from the noise and return to the simple facts of existence. He sat there for a long time, watching the city lights flicker. The silence was no longer intimidating. It felt like medicine. In the following weeks, Aiden returned to the trail almost every evening. The climb became a ritual, the solitude a sanctuary. Each day, he carried burdens up the mountain, and each day he left a little more of those burdens behind. As he spent more time in silence, something remarkable began to happen. He realized he could feel overwhelmed without being defeated. He realized he could be alone without being broken. He realized he could breathe through emotions he once feared. He realized he could face uncertainty with more stability than he imagined. This is the second gift of solitude, emotional endurance. When you sit with your emotions instead of escaping them, you learn they are waves, temporary, shifting, natural. The more you allow them to rise and fall without resistance, the stronger your inner stability becomes. You learn you can survive sadness. You can survive fear. You can survive instability. You can survive the unknown. Slowly through solitude, Aiden stopped fighting his emotions and began accompanying them. And in that companionship, he found resilience. One evening, as he sat on the mountain watching the sunset bleed across the sky, he suddenly saw clearly why solitude made him stronger. In solitude, he had no one to lean on, but he also had no one to perform for. He had no one to impress, but he also had no one to hide from. He had no one to depend on, but he also had no one to blame. He had only himself, and in relying on himself, he discovered a strength that had always been there, quiet, steady, waiting to be awakened. This is the third gift of solitude, self-trust. Resilience is born the moment you realize you can face life without collapsing. You can sit with uncertainty. You can breathe through discomfort. You can carry your own weight. You can survive your own emotions. You can be your own anchor. This realization does not come from encouragement. It comes from experience. Experience you meet only in solitude. Over time, Aiden's life improved. His father recovered. He built new friendships. He reconnected with what mattered most. He approached his work with renewed clarity. But the real transformation was internal. He no longer feared pain. He no longer feared change. He no longer feared being alone. He knew that silence would guide him, that solitude would steady him, that resilience lived inside him, not outside. He began moving through life with a calm presence that others immediately noticed. He listened more deeply, spoke more intentionally, made decisions with grounded confidence, and when storms came, as they inevitably do, he no longer felt fragile. He felt prepared. Because once you have faced your own heart in silence, there is very little left in the world that can break you. So ask yourself gently, have I given myself the space to meet my own resilience? Do I sit with my challenges, or do I run from them? What strength within me is waiting to be discovered in solitude? What would happen if I allowed myself to be still long enough to hear my own courage? Because resilience is not a gift you are born with. It is a voice that grows louder each time you choose silence over escape. Each time you breathe instead of break. Each time you stand in solitude and whisper to yourself, I can face this. And slowly, quietly, powerfully, you begin to believe it. There is a moment in solitude somewhere between the rising inhale and the settling exhale when your perception shifts. The world once tangled in noise and urgency becomes clearer. The clutter in your mind softens. The constant spinning of your thoughts slows to a gentle rhythm. And in this clarity, something subtle yet profound emerges: wisdom, not intellectual knowledge, not opinions collected from others, not the mental chatter of assumptions and fears, but the quiet inner wisdom that arises when you finally become still enough to hear it. In Buddhism, this is called prajna, insight that comes not from thinking, but from seeing. This kind of wisdom cannot be forced, taught, or demanded. It appears only when the mind has space, and solitude is the space where this wisdom blossoms. To understand the transformative power of solitude on Inner Clarity, walk for a moment with Isolde. Isolde was a researcher, brilliant, analytical, deeply respected in her field. Her days were built around data, deadlines, and decisions. She was efficient, organized, relentless. But beneath the polished surface of her intellect, she carried a problem she couldn't analyze her way out of. She no longer trusted her own intuition. Every decision felt heavy. Every choice felt uncertain. She double-checked everything. She sought reassurance constantly. Her confidence, once steady, now felt fragile, like glass that could crack with one wrong move. Her mind was constantly buzzing with thoughts. What if I'm wrong? What if I'm missing something? What if I make a mistake? She lived in a perpetual loop of doubt, even though the world saw her as someone who always had the answers. One afternoon, after a long meeting that left her feeling drained and disconnected, Isolde decided to take a break before returning to the lab. She stepped outside and noticed a narrow path behind the building, a trail she had never seen before. Something drew her toward it. The trail wound through a quiet area of a nearby nature preserve. As she walked, the noise of the campus faded behind her. The wind brushed the tall grass. Birds fluttered in the branches. The sky stretched open above her, wide and steady, unaffected by the worries she carried. She followed the trail until she reached a small wooden bridge overlooking a shallow stream. The water flowed gently, weaving around smooth stones. Leaves drifted across the surface like tiny boats. Isolde stood there for a long moment, leaning on the railing, listening to the soft sound of water. She felt something she hadn't felt in months, her mind settling. For once, she wasn't analyzing. She wasn't planning. She wasn't solving. She simply was. And as she watched the stream, a thought rose, not loud, not aggressive, but soft and clear. You don't trust yourself because you never listen to yourself. The truth of it landed in her body like a gentle weight. She had spent years listening to colleagues, mentors, expectations, pressure. She had filled her mind with so much external noise that her inner voice, her intuition, her wisdom had been drowned out completely. Isolde didn't cry. She didn't panic. She didn't spiral. Instead, she felt a deep calmness wash through her, a sense of coming home. She stayed on that bridge for nearly an hour, doing nothing. just breathing, watching the water, allowing the mind to quiet. And in that quiet, she felt something returning, something familiar, something she had not felt since childhood. The clarity that comes when you are fully present. In the days that followed, Isolde returned to the trail again and again. She didn't go there to solve problems. She went to be still. Ironically, or perhaps inevitably, the more she embraced solitude, the clearer her thinking became. Complex research challenges unraveled more easily. Her decision-making sharpened. She began trusting her instincts more. She felt less overwhelmed, less afraid of mistakes, more grounded in her own perspective. Solitude did not give her answers. It gave her the quiet mind necessary to see the answers that had been there all along. This is the first gift of solitude: clarity through stillness. As she spent more time in silence, Isolde began noticing something else: patterns in her thoughts that had gone unnoticed before. She saw how often she anticipated worst-case scenarios. She saw how her fear of imperfection pushed her into burnout. She saw how quickly she dismissed her own intuition in favor of external validation. Solitude brought a mirror to her inner world. Not a harsh mirror, but a compassionate one. And through this mirror, she began to understand herself, not as the world defined her, but as she truly was. This is the second gift of solitude: self-understanding. One afternoon, while standing on the bridge, Isolde watched a leaf drift lazily downstream. She realized something profound. The leaf wasn't trying to control its path. It wasn't resisting the current. It wasn't anxiously predicting what came next. It simply flowed. That day, a wisdom deeper than thought dawned in her life becomes clearer when you stop trying to control every outcome. This insight, soft, simple, and transformative, changed her entire approach to work, relationships, and herself. She began letting go of the need for certainty. She began trusting her capacity to handle whatever came. She began honoring her own pace instead of forcing speed. She no longer chased clarity. She allowed clarity to emerge. This is the third gift of solitude: wisdom without effort. And as her clarity deepened, she noticed her inner voice becoming stronger. Not loud, but steady. A quiet intuition that said, "You know more than you think. You are capable. Trust the process. Trust yourself." This wasn't confidence built on achievements. It was confidence built on presence. And that is the difference solitude makes. Wisdom born from solitude does not fade. It does not depend on praise. It does not disappear during hardship. It becomes part of your internal landscape. In time, Isolde became known not just for her intelligence, but for her calm insight, her ability to see solutions others missed, her grounded presence in meetings, her clarity under pressure, her intuition that often proved correct. People asked her what changed. She never spoke of the stream or the bridge. She simply said, "I learned to quiet my mind." So pause now and ask yourself gently, what wisdom inside me am I too busy to hear? What clarity might emerge if I allowed myself to be still? What answers might rise if I stepped away from noise and listened inwardly? What truth have I been carrying all along? Because solitude is not emptiness. It is clarity waiting to be uncovered. It is wisdom waiting to be heard. It is you meeting yourself without distraction. And in that meeting, life becomes clearer than you ever imagined. There are truths that live hidden beneath the surface of our minds. Truths we carry unconsciously. Truths that shape our choices, our fears, our patterns, our relationships. Most people never uncover these truths, not because they lack courage or intelligence, but because they never create enough quiet space to see themselves clearly. Solitude changes that. Solitude is the lantern that illuminates the hidden landscape of the heart. And when you step into this illuminated space, something extraordinary becomes possible. You begin to heal. Not the superficial healing of distraction, not the temporary relief of avoidance, but deep emotional healing, the kind that rewrites the story you carry within you. To understand this walk with a young woman named Celine. Celine was known for her warmth. She was the friend who listened deeply, who comforted others, who offered softness in a world that often felt harsh. Yet beneath her kindness lived an unhealed wound, a wound she rarely acknowledged even to herself. Years earlier, she had experienced a heartbreak that left her feeling abandoned and unworthy. She moved on, or thought she did, burying the pain under responsibilities, friendships, and endless activity. But unprocessed emotions are like seeds. They do not disappear, even if buried. They grow roots underground, shaping the soil of your inner life. Celine didn't realize the extent of this until she started noticing patterns. She avoided emotionally vulnerable conversations. She felt anxious when someone got too close. She withdrew at the slightest sign of conflict. She doubted her worth even in healthy relationships. She overgave yet felt undeserving of receiving. She told herself she was fine, but her heart knew otherwise. Then, one afternoon, after a difficult moment at work that triggered emotions she couldn't explain, Celine left early and drove to the coastline. She parked near the cliffs where the ocean stretched wide and endless. The sky was heavy with gray clouds, the wind carrying the scent of rain. She walked toward a secluded overlook and sat down on a large stone, wrapping her arms around her knees. At first, she just stared at the waves, their rhythm, their rise and fall, their relentless return, and then she felt it. A tightness in her chest, a trembling in her breath, a heaviness she had carried for far too long. She tried to swallow it, to control it, to push it down. But solitude does not allow old pain to stay buried. It invites it to rise gently, truthfully, compassionately. So Celine closed her eyes and allowed the emotions to surface. Memories came in slow waves the moment her partner walked away. The nights she cried quietly into her pillow. The loneliness she pretended didn't hurt, the shame she felt for not being enough. As the wind brushed her face, she allowed herself to feel what she had avoided for years. Her tears fell silently, merging with the ocean breeze. She wasn't breaking, she was releasing. This is the first gift of solitude, the space to feel without fear, without judgment, without interruption. In daily life, painful emotions get stuffed into corners because there is no room to process them. But solitude is spacious. It invites truth to unfold. It gives the heart permission to speak. As Celine cried, something remarkable happened. The pain softened, not vanished, softened, like a knot slowly untying itself. When the intensity passed, she felt emptier, but in a peaceful way. Emptied of tension, emptied of resistance, emptied of the weight she had been carrying unconsciously. She sat there for a long time, breathing deeply. The wind grew calmer, the sky lightened, and inside her a new clarity emerged. She had been blaming herself for a pain she did not deserve. The solitude had allowed her to see this truth with unfiltered eyes. This is the second gift of solitude: clarity about the origins of your wounds. Pain that is unexamined becomes identity. Pain that is witnessed becomes insight. Celine saw how she had carried the belief of unworthiness into every interaction since the heartbreak. She saw how the wound had shaped her fears, her choices, her relationships. She saw how she had built emotional walls, not to protect herself from others, but to protect herself from feelings she had not yet processed. By seeing the wound clearly, she finally understood it, and through understanding, she began to heal. In the following weeks, Celine returned to the cliffs often. She journaled. She breathed. She watched the tides. She revisited memories not to reopen pain, but to understand it with compassion rather than fear. Slowly, her inner landscape transformed. She no longer blamed herself for the past. She no longer carried guilt that did not belong to her. She no longer feared emotional closeness. She began trusting herself again. She began feeling worthy again. She began opening her heart, not recklessly, but gently. This is the third gift of solitude integration. Healing is not forgetting. Healing is not pretending. Healing is not forcing positivity. Healing is integrating the wounded parts of yourself so they no longer control your life from the shadows. Solitude allowed Celine to embrace all parts of her being, the hurt part, the scared part, the gentle part, the resilient part, and the hopeful part. Through solitude, she learned something deeply Buddhist in nature. Suffering doesn't disappear when avoided. It disappears when illuminated with awareness. Her emotional wounds, once heavy and defining, became chapters rather than cages, lessons rather than identities, memories rather than burdens. One evening at the cliffs, as the sun dipped into the horizon, Celine whispered softly to the wind, "I forgive myself. I release what is no longer mine. I am ready to live again." It wasn't a dramatic declaration. It was a quiet truth, a truth she could finally feel in her bones. So ask yourself with gentleness, what pain have I been too busy to feel? What wounds have I been carrying for years? What truth is waiting to rise in the quiet? What healing might unfold if I allowed myself to be alone long enough to listen? Because solitude is not an escape. It is an embrace, a return, a sanctuary where your heart finally has space to speak, and in speaking to heal. There comes a point in every inner journey when solitude stops being a place you visit and begins to feel like a home, a quiet refuge within yourself, where peace is not something you pursue, but something you remember. And inside this inner refuge, something beautiful begins to awaken purpose, not the kind of purpose defined by career ambitions or social expectations, not the kind of purpose measured by recognition, productivity, or achievement, but the deeper purpose, the one that lives underneath everything you do. The purpose you were born with, yet forgot under the weight of noise. Solitude is where this forgotten purpose rises again. To understand this awakening, let us walk beside a young man named Calum. Calum had a life that on the surface looked full. He worked at a tech firm, earned a steady income, had friends, a supportive family, and opportunities others envied. Yet inside, he carried a persistent emptiness, a quiet sense that something essential was missing. He couldn't explain it. He couldn't name it. He only felt it, a hollow space beneath his ribs, a restlessness that sleep couldn't cure, a quiet ache that followed him even in moments of success. He tried filling this emptiness through travel hobbies, new gadgets, social gatherings, self-improvement books, but every attempt felt like pouring water into a cup with a crack at the bottom. No matter what he did, the emptiness returned. One evening, after a rushed workday and a conversation with a colleague who spoke excitedly about his own passion project, Calum felt something inside him collapse. He left the office early, walked without direction, and found himself at an old botanical conservatory he hadn't visited since childhood. The conservatory was nearly empty at that hour. Warm sunlight filtered through the glass panes, illuminating the lush greenery inside. Tiny droplets clung to the leaves like jewels. The air was moist, fragrant, alive. He stepped inside and wandered slowly through the winding paths. Each step softened something inside him. The stillness of the place embraced him like an old friend. He found a bench under a towering fig tree and sat down, letting the quiet settle around him. And then it happened. A question rose from within, not loud, but unmistakably clear. What am I doing with my one life? Not what job am I doing, not what goals am I chasing, but a deeper question. A question of meaning, not performance. A question of truth. The moment the question surfaced, tears welled in his eyes, tears not of sadness, but of recognition. This was the question he had been avoiding for years, and here in the solitude of the conservatory, he had nowhere to hide. He closed his eyes and let his breath guide him. Slow, deep, present. For the first time in a long time, he listened. He listened to the ache. He listened to the emptiness. He listened to the longing beneath it, and slowly, the emptiness revealed its true identity. It wasn't emptiness at all. It was unlived purpose, a calling he had ignored, a truth he had silenced, a yearning he had buried beneath expectations. As he breathed, memories surfaced the things that once made him come alive. Writing stories late into the night as a teenager, sketching inventions in the margins of his notebooks, building small prototypes out of cardboard, dreaming of contributing something creative, meaningful, human. But somewhere along the way, he traded those dreams for practicality. He grew up. He played it safe. He followed the path that was expected. And in doing so, he lost touch with the inner voice that once guided him. In solitude, that voice returned. It wasn't demanding. It wasn't dramatic. It was gentle, patient, steady, like a candle that had never stopped burning. This is the first gift of solitude, the rediscovery of your inner voice. Calum sat there, the warmth of the conservatory wrapping around him, and whispered a question he had never dared ask. What do I truly desire to create in this world? It felt dangerous to ask, reckless, even selfish. But in Buddhist teachings, desire is not the enemy, misaligned desire is. Desire rooted in ego leads to suffering. Desire rooted in truth leads to purpose. As he sat with the question, more clarity rose. He didn't want to climb a corporate ladder. He didn't want to spend his life coding systems he didn't believe in. He didn't want to live out someone else's definition of success. He wanted to build things that mattered. He wanted to create tools that improved human lives. He wanted to work with creativity and heart, not just logic and deadlines. He wanted a life where his actions aligned with his values, and suddenly, the emptiness inside him transformed. It became direction. It became clarity. It became energy. It became possibility. This is the second gift of solitude, the emergence of authentic purpose. Purpose isn't something you choose. It is something you recognize, something you remember, something you uncover when the noise fades and your truth becomes audible. As Calum walked through the conservatory, his body felt lighter. His breath felt freer. His mind felt alive for the first time in years. He knew he couldn't abandon his responsibilities overnight, but he also knew he could no longer abandon himself. So he began making small changes. He carved out time in the evenings to sketch ideas again. He started working on a passion project, a mental health tool for students. He enrolled in a weekend course about creative innovation. He reduced work hours where possible. He redirected his energy gently, but intentionally, and with each step toward alignment, the emptiness diminished. Not because life became easier, but because life became honest. Purpose, he discovered, was not a destination. It was a direction, a feeling, a resonance, a truth that grows clearer every time you return to yourself. This is the third gift of solitude, the courage to realign your life with your inner truth. Calum didn't transform overnight. He transformed slowly, gently, from the inside out. Friends noticed he seemed more present. Coworkers sensed he was more grounded. His family saw a new spark in him, quiet but unmistakable. Because when purpose awakens, the soul lights from within. Now pause and ask yourself, what truth have I been too busy to hear? What calling have I ignored? What part of me is waiting for solitude to be acknowledged? What purpose is trying to rise beneath the noise of my life? Because purpose is not found in striving. It is found in listening. Listening deeply. Listening honestly. And solitude is where that listening becomes possible. There comes a moment in solitude when you realize something startling, something so simple yet so rarely understood. You have been living much of your life unconsciously, not in the sense of being unaware of your surroundings, but unaware of your inner movements, your impulses, habits, assumptions, reactions, and patterns that shape your choices without your permission. Most people move through the world with an automatic mind. They react instead of respond. They repeat instead of reflect. They cling instead of understand. They follow old patterns instead of creating new ones. But solitude does something extraordinary. It slows everything down. It brings your patterns into the light. It gives you the space to examine them with clarity and gentleness. And in doing so, it opens the door to self-mastery. To understand how solitude reveals the unconscious patterns that govern our lives, we will walk beside someone who had everything under control until solitude showed him the truth he had been avoiding. His name was Kian. Kian was a financial consultant, disciplined, intelligent, methodical. His colleagues joked that he was the human equivalent of a well-organized spreadsheet. He lived by schedules, followed routines, and prided himself on efficiency. Yet beneath his controlled exterior lived a truth he avoided acknowledging. He was exhausted not physically, but emotionally. He didn't understand why. His life was orderly. His work was stable. His relationships were fine. And yet he felt constantly overwhelmed, irritable at small things, drained at the end of each day. He carried a heaviness he couldn't explain. He chalked it up to stress, but it wasn't stress. It was unconscious patterns running his life like hidden scripts. One weekend, after a particularly tense week at work, Kian decided to get away from the city. He booked a simple cabin in the mountains. No Wi-Fi, no television, no deadlines, just quiet. When he arrived, the cabin greeted him with a humble warmth. Wooden walls, a single lamp, a fireplace, and a small balcony overlooking a valley of evergreens. The air smelled of pine and earth. The wind hummed softly through the branches. He placed his bag down, sat on the balcony chair, and tried to decompress. But instead of feeling relaxed, he felt restless, deeply restless. He tapped his foot. He checked his watch. He picked up his phone, even though there was no signal. He stood up, sat down, stood up again. He opened the fridge, then closed it without taking anything. He felt an impulse to do something, anything. The silence made him anxious. He finally realized he had never spent time alone without distraction. He was always working, listening to podcasts, scrolling, planning, analyzing. He had built a life that kept him busy enough to avoid the one thing he feared, meeting himself without noise. As the hours passed, something unexpected happened. The restlessness softened, the agitation eased, and beneath that layer, a deeper layer emerged. His emotions rose quietly like mist lifting from a lake. He felt sadness, confusion, loneliness, a longing he could not name, a pressure he had ignored for years. This is the first gift of solitude, unmasking the emotions that constant activity hides. He took a deep breath and allowed the feelings to surface instead of suppressing them. And as he listened inwardly, he began noticing patterns. He realized he filled every moment with productivity because he feared stillness. He realized he avoided silence because he feared what he might feel. He realized he overworked, not because he had to, but because rest made him uncomfortable. He realized he valued himself only when he was achieving something. These insights did not come from thinking, they came from seeing. Solitude was holding up a mirror, and for the first time, he could not look away. The next morning, Kian took a walk along the forest trail near the cabin. The leaves rustled under his feet. Sunlight filtered between the branches. A river flowed softly in the distance. As he walked, he felt something loosen inside him. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, a memory he had not thought about in years. He was 8 years old, sitting at the dining table, trying to show his father a drawing he had made. His father, a stern and hard-working man, barely glanced at it and said, "You should focus on things that matter, not this." Kian remembered how small he felt in that moment, how he quietly placed the drawing in the trash, how he told himself that the only way to be loved was to be productive, successful, serious. In the solitude of the forest, understanding dawned like sunlight breaking through clouds. His workaholism was not discipline. His perfectionism was not ambition. His restlessness was not drive. His entire adult identity was built around a childhood wound. He had been trying to earn a sense of worth that had been denied to him decades ago. This is the second gift of solitude, revealing the origin of your patterns. Without silence, these patterns stay hidden. With silence, they rise to the surface, clear, honest, undeniable. Kian sat on a fallen log, letting the realization sink in. He felt grief for the child who never felt good enough. He felt compassion for the adult who tried so hard. He felt relief for finally understanding what had driven him all these years. And then something profound happened. He placed his hand over his chest, closed his eyes, and whispered, "I don't need to earn my worth anymore." In the quiet forest, these words felt like a liberation he had waited his entire life to hear. This is the third gift of solitude, rewriting your inner script. Old patterns do not dissolve through force. They dissolve through awareness, through understanding, through compassion. Kian stayed in the cabin for 3 days, and each day brought another layer of clarity. He saw how often he said yes when he wanted to say no. He saw how he used productivity to numb feeling. He saw how he feared vulnerability because he equated it with weakness. He saw how he withheld rest because he believed he hadn't earned it. Solitude was not punishing him, it was liberating him. On the final morning, he stood on the balcony, watching mist roll across the valley. He felt lighter, clearer, more whole. He wasn't healed completely, not yet, but he had taken the first step toward self-mastery, awareness of his unconscious patterns. And with that awareness, he knew he could change them. When he returned to the city, he moved differently through his days. He set boundaries without guilt. He rested without apology. He worked with intention instead of compulsion. He spoke honestly about his needs. He allowed himself to feel, not suppress. His colleagues noticed he seemed more grounded. His friends noticed he seemed more present. He noticed he was no longer at war with himself, because solitude had taught him the truth. You cannot change what you cannot see, and you cannot see what you never stop to examine. So pause and ask yourself gently, What patterns have been running my life? What fears have shaped my choices? What wounds have dictated my behaviors? What truth is waiting in the silence for me to acknowledge? Because solitude is not emptiness. It is illumination. It is the opening through which self-understanding enters. And self-understanding is the beginning of freedom. There are seasons in life when the world outside feels too heavy, when conversations drain you, responsibilities bury you, and even the smallest interactions pull energy from a place inside you that is already exhausted. In those seasons, solitude becomes not just helpful, but essential. Because solitude does something nothing else can. It restores your energy by reconnecting you to the natural rhythm of your own being. Most people misunderstand rest. They confuse rest with sleep, laziness, or inactivity. But true rest, the kind that heals, replenishes, and revives, comes from returning to yourself. And you can only return to yourself in silence. To understand how solitude restores our inner energy, we walk now with a woman named Maren. Maren was a social worker, empathetic, insightful, endlessly giving. Every day she listened to people's pain. She held stories that felt too heavy for one heart. She offered care to strangers, support to colleagues, comfort to friends, encouragement to family. She gave so much that she forgot how to receive. And like many who give, she did not realize she was slowly emptying herself. At first, the exhaustion was subtle. A tiredness behind her eyes, a heaviness in her chest, a need to breathe deeper. Then it grew. She felt irritable more often. She avoided messages from friends. She felt guilt for not having energy to help everyone. She felt her compassion thinning. Until one morning she woke up and could not get out of bed. Not because her body was weak, but because her spirit was depleted. She stared at the ceiling, tears burning her eyes, whispering, "I have nothing left." But instead of forcing herself through another day, she did something she had never done before. She called her supervisor, asked for a week off, and booked a small cabin near a quiet lakeside she had visited once years ago. When she arrived, the lake was still smooth like glass, reflecting the pale blue of the sky. The air was cool and clean. The pine trees stood tall around the water, like sentinels guarding a sanctuary. A wind brushed softly across her face, carrying the scent of earth and wood. Maren walked into the cabin, placed her things down, and exhaled an exhale that seemed to release months of hidden fatigue. She spent the first few hours wandering aimlessly near the lake. Her mind, used to solving problems, kept reaching for something to do. Should I read? Should I journal? Should I meditate? Should I make plans? But the lake whispered something else entirely. Just be. So she sat on the wooden dock, letting her feet dangle above the water. At first, her mind resisted. Thoughts raced, emotions swelled, responsibilities resurfaced. But silence is patient. It waited. It breathed with her. Slowly, her inner noise softened. Her breath deepened, her body unclenched. And for the first time in years, she allowed herself to feel tired, not as failure, but as truth. This is the first gift solitude offers: permission to rest without performing rest. That evening, she sat by the fireplace listening to the soft crackle of the flames. No screens, no conversations, no demands, just warmth, just silence, just her breath. And something remarkable happened. She felt energy returning in small, tender waves. Not dramatic bursts, not sudden vitality, but a gentle replenishing like a slow sunrise spreading across the sky. In the quiet, she began to understand the truth she had ignored for years. She wasn't just physically exhausted. She was emotionally drained, spiritually depleted, energetically empty, and no amount of sleep could restore what constant giving had depleted. She needed solitude, because solitude reconnects you to the source of your energy, the quiet well that gets buried beneath noise, responsibilities, and emotional labor. The next morning, Maren woke to birdsong. She stepped outside, the dew soaking into her socks, and breathed in the crisp morning air. She felt a softness in her heart she hadn't felt in years. She walked into the forest trail behind the cabin. The trees formed a natural cathedral above her, and patches of sunlight dotted the ground like scattered gold. As she walked deeper into the forest, she felt something awaken inside her, something she hadn't recognized in a long-time presence. Her mind, usually consumed with other people's stories, began returning to her own body. She noticed the rhythm of her footsteps, the sensation of air on her skin, the smell of moss and bark, the pulsing aliveness of the forest. With each step, she felt her energy recalibrating. This is the second gift of solitude, energetic alignment. In daily life, her energy had become scattered, fragmented across dozens of emotional interactions, responsibilities, and unresolved concerns. In solitude, her energy gathered itself again, returning to its center. She sat on a moss-covered rock beside a small stream. The water flowed steadily, effortlessly. Watching it, she realized something. She had been trying to flow like a river without ever returning to her spring. Tears welled in her eyes, not from sadness, but from recognition. She whispered softly to the water, "I've forgotten how to take care of myself." And in that admission, an enormous weight lifted. For the first time, she understood why Buddhist monks spend long periods in silence, not as escape, but as renewal. Solitude is not retreat, it is repair. Over the next days, Maren moved in slow, intentional harmony with her surroundings. She woke with the sunrise. She walked barefoot in the grass. She journaled without forcing insight. She let herself nap without guilt. She cooked simple meals. She watched the lake change colors with the sky. And in this simplicity, something profound happened. Her compassion returned, not as obligation, but as natural warmth. Her clarity returned not as stress, but as grounded awareness. Her joy returned not as excitement, but as gentle appreciation. Her energy returned not all at once, but steadily, surely, deeply. Which led to the third gift of solitude, renewal without effort. Healing does not require doing. It requires allowing the mind to settle, allowing the heart to feel, allowing the body to rest, allowing the soul to breathe. By the end of the week, Maren felt like herself again, not the version shaped by exhaustion, but the version shaped by truth. She understood something she had ignored for far too long. Rest is not a reward. Rest is a requirement, and solitude is the deepest form of rest. When she returned to her work, she carried herself differently. She no longer apologized for setting boundaries. She no longer forced herself to help everyone. She no longer gave until she was empty, and for the first time she understood a wisdom at the heart of Buddhist practice. You cannot pour compassion into the world if your own cup is dry. So ask yourself gently, what part of me is tired beyond physical exhaustion? Where has my energy been leaking? When was the last time I rested without guilt? What might be restored in me if I allowed myself true solitude? Because solitude is not loneliness. It is the return to your inner source, the place where your energy, your clarity, your compassion, and your spirit are renewed. There is a turning point in every journey of solitude, a threshold where silence stops being merely comforting and begins to reveal something deeper. something most people spend their whole lives avoiding: the truth of impermanence. Impermanence is not a poetic idea. It is the fundamental nature of everything: your emotions, your relationships, your dreams, your body, the world around you. Nothing stays the same. Nothing remains fixed. Everything transforms. Most suffering comes from resisting this truth. We cling to what is changing. We chase what is fading. We fear what is unknown. We grieve what slips away. But solitude invites you to witness impermanence not as a threat, but as a profound teacher. To understand how solitude reveals this wisdom, we walk alongside a man named Elias. Elias lived a life organized around stability: a stable job, stable routines, stable relationships, stable expectations. He planned everything meticulously. He sought comfort in predictability. He felt safest when the world behaved exactly as he expected. But life, as it always does, shifted. Unexpectedly. Violently. Completely. Within 1 year, Elias lost his job. Due to corporate restructuring, moved out of the apartment he had lived in for a decade and ended a relationship he once believed would last forever. Each loss felt like a piece of his identity falling away. He was not just grieving circumstances, he was grieving the version of himself who thrived in those circumstances. He tried to move forward, to adapt, to rebuild, but inside he felt hollow. Not broken, just untethered, as though he no longer recognized his own reflection. Friends encouraged him to stay busy. Family suggested he focus on the positive. But distraction couldn't erase the deeper truth. Elias needed silence, not noise. He needed solitude, not socializing. He needed to meet the impermanence face to face. So he rented a small cabin near an old quarry lake where he used to swim as a child. The lake was surrounded by cliffs shaped by centuries of erosion rock, worn smooth trees growing from impossible angles, water deep and still. On his first morning there, Elias walked to the water's edge. The autumn air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The lake reflected the early light like a sheet of glass. He sat on a weathered log and stared at the shoreline. What he saw surprised him. The place looked familiar, yet entirely different. New trees where old ones had fallen, paths shifted by time and storms, stones rearranged by years of weather. Even the color of the water seemed changed. The lake he remembered no longer existed, and somehow neither did he. This is the first truth. Solitude reveals everything, changes even the things we believe are permanent. Elias felt a tightness in his chest, a resistance, a clinging, a subtle grief. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. The quiet was immense. No conversations, no obligations, no distractions. In that stillness, emotions he had suppressed for months rose from the depths of his being. He felt sorrow, not just for what he lost, but for how fiercely he had resisted losing it. He felt anger, not at the world, but at his inability to freeze time. He felt fear, not of change, but of change happening without his permission. And under all of this, he felt something even deeper, the undeniable truth that impermanence had always been there. He had just refused to see it. He sat there for hours, listening to the wind ripple across the water, watching leaves fall silently from branches, watching them drift, then sink. Every moment a reminder: nothing stays. Everything flows. Everything passes. But instead of despair, something unexpected emerged: a sense of calm, because once he stopped fighting change, he realized something profound. Impermanence does not destroy. Impermanence creates space. Impermanence clears the old so the new can enter. Impermanence shapes life into movement rather than stagnation. This is the second truth. Solitude reveals Impermanence is not loss, it is transformation. That evening, Elias sat on the wooden steps of the cabin, sipping tea as dusk wrapped the lake in shadows. A memory rose, something his grandmother once told him when he was a child. Water never holds the same shape twice, but it is always water. He suddenly understood. He was not losing himself. He was simply changing shape. The next morning, Elias took a slow walk along the forest trail. He noticed the way sunlight filtered through the changing leaves, some green, some gold, some already fallen. The cycle was visible everywhere: growth, bloom, transition, release, renewal. He realized his life was no different. By midday, he climbed a rocky outcrop overlooking the lake. The wind brushed against him, carrying a sense of openness. He inhaled deeply. Something inside him loosened, something he had clung to tightly for too long. He whispered into the vastness, "I don't need things to stay the same to feel safe." As the words left his lips, he felt a subtle but powerful shift inside him. A sense of acceptance, a sense of grounding, a sense of peace that did not depend on control. This is the third truth. Solitude reveals, peace comes not from holding on, but from letting go. In the days that followed, Elias found clarity he had not known in years. His job loss no longer felt like a failure. It felt like a clearing. His breakup no longer felt like abandonment. It felt like an opening. His move no longer felt like displacement. It felt like renewal. He saw that every ending had given him something he had overlooked: space, freedom, possibility. Impermanence was not destroying his life. It was reshaping it into something more authentic, something more aligned. One evening, as he sat by the water's edge again, a gentle realization rose within him. Nothing he lost was truly gone. It had simply changed form within him. Experiences became wisdom. Love became memory. Loss became strength. Change became growth. He understood now that life is not meant to be held. It is meant to be experienced. Not controlled, but flowed with. Not frozen, but trusted. So pause now and ask yourself quietly, what am I clinging to because I fear change? What am I grieving because I expect things to stay the same? What might open in my life if I accepted the truth of impermanence? What freedom would arise if I let myself flow instead of hold? Because impermanence is not the enemy. It is the nature of the universe, the teacher of wisdom, the catalyst for growth, the quiet reminder that nothing stays but everything transforms. And solitude is where that truth becomes not just understood, but embodied. There comes a point along the path of solitude when something shifts inside you so quietly, so subtly, you almost miss it. The noise that once filled your mind becomes distant. The stories you used to cling to loosen their grip, and for the first time, you begin to sense a truth that has always lived beneath the surface of your experience. You are not separate from the world around you. Most people move through life feeling isolated, cut off, misunderstood, alone in their thoughts and struggles. They believe their pain is theirs alone, their fears uniquely personal, their desires known only to them. Yet solitude, when practiced deeply, reveals a different reality: interconnectedness. Not as a philosophical idea, not as something you read in a book, but as something you feel viscerally, unmistakably, undeniably. To understand this awakening, walk now with a woman named Noor. Noor was a landscape photographer. She spent much of her life traveling to remote places, deserts, canyons, jungles, mountaintops, capturing the beauty of the natural world. Her images were breathtaking, her career flourishing. But despite the admiration she received, Noor carried a quiet, persistent loneliness, not the loneliness of isolation, but the loneliness of being disconnected from something essential, though she could never quite name what that was. People admired her work, called her talented, gifted visionary. But inside, she felt like a wanderer, drifting through life without a true home. She loved the landscapes she photographed, yet she felt separate from them, as though she were a visitor, snapping images of a world she could never fully belong to. This separation, subtle yet heavy, followed her everywhere. Then one winter, while exploring the northern highlands for a photography project, she became stranded when a snowstorm descended unexpectedly. The roads were blocked, visibility dropped to almost nothing, and she had no choice but to seek shelter in a small, abandoned forestry outpost she discovered off the main trail. The cabin was simple: 4 walls, a cot, a wood stove, and a window overlooking a vast expanse of white. Wind howled fiercely outside, rattling the shutter. The storm would last through the night, perhaps longer. She had food, she had warmth, she had solitude, but she did not have escape. At first, she tried to distract herself. She sorted her camera gear. She organized her lenses. She checked her maps. But eventually, the storm demanded her presence. There was nothing to do but sit with herself. She pulled a blanket around her shoulders and sat near the window. Snowflakes danced wildly in the air, millions of them, each taking its own unpredictable path downward. The world outside was silent in its fury, and Noor felt small, tiny against the vastness of nature. She watched for a long time. Hours passed. The storm did not relent. And then something inside her began to soften. Something unnameable. Something old. Something waiting. The longer she sat, the more she felt the boundary between her and the storm dissolving. She was no longer a photographer observing nature. She was part of the same existence, the same breath, the same unfolding. The snow fell without her permission, just as her own thoughts rose and fell without her control. The wind moved through the world, just as emotions moved through her body. The storm was not separate from her. It was a mirror of her inner weather. This realization arrived slowly at first, then suddenly, everything she had ever experienced existed in the world around her, and everything the world experienced existed within her. This is the first truth solitude reveals: you are woven from the same fabric as everything else. She closed her eyes and felt the storm not with fear, but with recognition. Its chaos felt familiar. Its unpredictability felt honest. Its intensity felt human. And in that recognition, a profound sense of belonging washed over her. She wasn't alone. She had never been alone. She had simply been disconnected from the truth that everything in existence is connected. As the night deepened, Noor tended the fire and sat on the floor listening to the wind. In the stillness between gusts, she noticed a strange, comforting sensation. The storm's rhythm matched her breath. Inhale silence, exhale wind. Inhale stillness, exhale snowfall. She felt herself merging with the moment, as if her breath and the storm were not two separate events, but threads in the same tapestry. This is the second truth. Solitude reveals: interconnectedness is not a concept, it is a lived experience. Hours later, the fire dimmed, and Noor lay on the cot, wrapped tightly in her blanket. The storm still roared, but inside the cabin she felt enveloped, not by fear, but by a presence larger than herself. She understood now that the loneliness she carried for years had not come from being physically alone. It came from forgetting her connection to all things. Her life, she saw, was not separate from the rivers she photographed. Her emotions were not separate from the storms she captured. Her breath was not separate from the wind that shaped the mountains. Her heart was not separate from the forests she wandered. Everything was connected. Everything was part of one unfolding dance. At dawn, the storm passed. The sky cleared. The landscape glistened with new snow sparkling like a field of diamonds under the rising sun. Noor stepped outside. Her boots sank into the fresh powder. The cold air pierced her lungs, but instead of tension, she felt awakening. Aliveness. Unity. She lifted her camera, pointed it toward the horizon, and paused. For the first time, she didn't feel like someone capturing a world outside herself. She felt like someone witnessing her own reflection in every ridge, every drift, every shadow. This is the third truth. Solitude reveals, the world is not something you stand apart from. It is something you belong to. When Noor developed the photos later, she could feel the shift in every image. They weren't just beautiful. They were alive, connected, honest, awake. Her loneliness, once heavy and familiar, dissolved into something softer, a quiet sense of companionship with all of existence. So pause now and ask yourself softly, where in my life have I felt separate from the world? What would happen if I allowed myself to experience connection instead of isolation? What beauty would I see if I understood that I am part of everything, and everything is part of me? Because loneliness is not the absence of people. It is the forgetting of connection, and solitude is where remembering begins. There comes a moment in solitude when the mind, once filled with storms, begins to clear. A moment when your breath deepens, your thoughts soften, and something subtle but powerful awakens beneath the surface of your awareness intuition. Not the impulsive voice driven by fear, not the reactive voice shaped by habit, not the inner critic disguised as logic, but true intuition, the quiet knowing, the inner compass, the wisdom that speaks not in noise, but in stillness. Most people cannot access their intuition because their lives are too loud. They are pulled in every direction, drowning in opinions, overwhelmed by stimuli. Their attention is scattered, their inner voice is buried. But solitude, gentle and patient, clears the debris. It turns down the external world long enough for the internal world to rise. To understand this awakening of inner guidance, let us walk with Sophia. Sophia was a renowned chef, celebrated for her artistry and creativity. She built her reputation on bold flavor combinations, inventive dishes, and a deep passion for food. But as her fame grew, so did her responsibilities. She managed a bustling restaurant, led a staff of dozens, balanced public expectations, investor demands, and endless reviews. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, something inside her dimmed. Her creativity became forced. Her decisions became rushed. Her passion began to wane. She no longer heard the quiet inspiration that once guided her. She cooked not from intuition, but from pressure. One evening, after a long day filled with noise, the chatter of customers, the clatter of dishes, the hum of machinery, the tension in the kitchen, Sophia stepped outside through the back door and leaned against the cool brick wall. The night air was crisp, carrying hints of jasmine and distant rain. She felt a hollowness in her chest. Not exhaustion, not sadness. Something quieter, something deeper. She realized she could no longer hear herself think. Worse, she could no longer hear herself feel. That night, she made a decision. Not bold, not dramatic, just honest. She closed the restaurant for a week, an act that shocked her staff, and drove to a remote island off the coast where she once vacationed as a teenager. The island was known for its quiet shores, untouched forests, and small fishing villages. No crowds, no noise, no obligations. When she arrived, she rented a small cliffside cottage overlooking the ocean. The cottage was simple: a wooden table, a single bed, a small kitchen, and large windows that opened to the endless blue. Waves crashed rhythmically against the rocks below, like a heartbeat echoing from the earth. The first day felt uncomfortable. Her mind buzzed like a swarm of bees. Her hands twitched with the habit of constant action. She reached instinctively for her phone, then remembered she had turned it off. The silence felt too loud. But solitude has its own timing. It does not force. It waits. On the second morning, Sophia walked along the rocky shoreline. The tide had receded, revealing tide pools filled with drifting seaweed, tiny crabs, and reflections of the pale sky. She crouched down, mesmerized by the gentle movement of the creatures. Their world was small, self-contained, complete. She sat on a rock and closed her eyes. The sound of waves, the smell of salt and soil, the distant call of seabirds. Her breath slowed. Her chest softened. Her mind began to release its grip, and in the spaciousness that followed, something stirred inside her. A whisper, a feeling, a quiet pull. Not words, not thoughts, just a direction soft yet unmistakable. Cook. She didn't question it. She didn't plan. She simply walked back to the cottage and opened the small pantry. She took out what was available: a handful of fresh herbs left by the cottage owner, local citrus fruits, sea salt, olive oil, a loaf of bread, and a basket of vegetables she purchased from a fisherman earlier that morning. She had no recipe, no intention, no goal. She sliced, she tasted, she felt. She listened not with her ears, but with her hands, her senses, her intuition. The dish that emerged was simple roasted vegetables infused with citrus zest, fresh herbs crushed by hand, a drizzle of oil, and bread toasted lightly over the stove flame. When she tasted it, tears filled her eyes. Because for the first time in years, she had cooked from the heart, not from expectation. From intuition, not from pressure. From love, not from performance. This is the first gift of solitude, the return of your inner knowing. In the days that followed, something miraculous unfolded. Sophia woke each morning without plans. She brewed tea, watched the sunrise, and listened inwardly. Sometimes the inner voice guided her to cook. Sometimes it guided her to walk through the woods. Sometimes it guided her to sit by the ocean for hours doing nothing at all. Her intuition grew clearer each day, not louder, just clearer. She began to hear when her body needed rest, when her heart needed softness, when her creativity needed space, when her spirit needed silence. This is the second gift of solitude. Intuition strengthens when the mind quiets. And then came the moment she realized just how profound this transformation was. On the fifth evening, as the sun dipped into the horizon, she felt a sudden feeling, a sense of inspiration, so strong, it sent a warm rush through her entire body. She hurried into the kitchen, pulling ingredients together without thought: sea fennel, lemon peel foraged mushrooms, local fish, and a handful of herbs she had dried on the windowsill. She cooked without hesitation, guided not by recipes, not by reason, but by something deeper. And when she tasted the final dish, she felt it in her soul. This was the most intuitive creation she had ever made. It was not perfect. It was alive. That night, sitting by the window with the dish warming her hands, she understood something essential. Intuition is not found through effort. Intuition is revealed through presence. She returned to her restaurant a week later. Her staff noticed the difference immediately. Her energy was calmer. Her creativity was sharper. Her decisions were clearer. Her leadership was softer yet stronger. She created new dishes, ones inspired not by trends, but by truth. Her intuition guided her through difficult conversations. Her boundaries became clearer. Her purpose felt renewed. People began to say her cooking tasted different, deeper, richer, more soulful. They didn't know why, but she did. Solitude had brought her back to herself, and from herself, intuition flowed. So pause now gently and ask yourself, what is my inner voice trying to tell me? What truth have I been too busy to hear? What decisions am I making from fear instead of intuition? What might arise if I gave myself space to listen? Because intuition is not a gift for the few. It is the natural state of every mind when silence returns. And solitude is the doorway back to that silence, the doorway back to knowing, to clarity, to inner truth. There is a moment in solitude, quiet, tender, almost imperceptible, when you begin to see something you have never truly seen before. The difference between who you are and who the world asked you to be. Most people carry two selves within them. The outer self, the one shaped by expectations, roles, responsibilities, and the desire to be accepted. And the inner self, the one shaped by authenticity, truth, vulnerability, and freedom. We spend much of our lives inhabiting the outer self. We play the part. We fulfill the roles. We follow the scripts. We seek approval, security, belonging. But solitude dissolves the boundary between the outer and inner self. It reveals what is real and what is performed. It uncovers the truth beneath layers of adaptation. And in doing so, solitude becomes a doorway into authenticity. To understand how solitude reveals your true self, walk now with a woman named Arya. Arya was admired by everyone who knew her. Elegant, articulate, endlessly capable. A high-performing executive in a global company, she led teams with confidence and grace. Those around her called her inspiring, unshakable, a natural leader. But inside, Arya carried a truth she never spoke. She felt like she was living a life that didn't belong to her. She followed the corporate path because she was good at it, not because she loved it. She made decisions to please others, not herself. She wore confidence like armor, even when she felt lost. She maintained relationships that drained her because she feared disappointing anyone. She curated an image of strength because she didn't know how to rest in vulnerability. She wasn't lying to others, she simply didn't know how to stop performing. One evening, after a board presentation that earned praise from executives but left her feeling strangely empty, Arya returned to her apartment and sat alone in the dark. The silence felt almost physical. She stared at the faint reflections of city lights on her window and felt a hollow truth rise in her chest. She no longer recognized the woman she had become, and for the first time, she didn't push the feeling away. That night, in a moment of impulse or courage or both, Arya booked a month-long stay at a remote monastery-style retreat she had heard about from a friend, a quiet sanctuary nestled deep in the mountains, far from technology obligations and noise. When she arrived, she was greeted not with questions, not with praise, not with expectations, but with silence. The monastery was surrounded by towering cedar trees. Clouds drifted low across the mountains. Stone paths wound between wooden meditation halls and simple living quarters. Everything felt slow, still, unhurried. Her room was small but warm, a single bed, a wooden desk, a cushion for meditation, a window overlooking sweeping valleys. The first morning she joined a silent breakfast, then sat through her first meditation session. It lasted 30 minutes, but it felt like 3 hours. Her mind raced with unfinished work, unanswered messages, restless thoughts, self-judgment. She felt uncomfortable, as if the stillness was peeling away layers she wasn't ready to face. But solitude has a way of softening you over time. On the 4th day, after a long period of meditation, Arya felt something inside her shift. She didn't know why. She didn't plan it. It simply happened. She stepped outside and walked along a narrow trail that wound through a cedar grove. The air was cool, carrying the scent of earth and leaves. Halfway down the path, she stopped, not because she saw something, but because she felt something. A wave of emotion rose in her, heavy, yet gentle like a tide returning to shore. Tears filled her eyes, not from sadness, but from recognition. For the first time in years, she felt herself, the real herself, not the executive, not the achiever, not the perfectionist, not the strong one, not the composed one, but the quiet, unmasked, vulnerable, truthful self beneath it all. She sank onto a large stone, closed her eyes, and let the tears fall freely. Not tears of weakness, but tears of coming home. This is the first revelation. Solitude brings the return of authenticity. Over the next weeks, Arya spent long hours walking alone in the forest, listening to the wind rustle through the branches, journaling, breathing, sitting in silence. And as the noise inside her quieted, she began to notice the truth she had ignored for years. She had built her life around who she thought she should be, not who she truly was. She realized she didn't love corporate politics. She didn't want to climb higher in the company. She didn't want a lifestyle filled with constant achievement. She didn't want to perform strength anymore. She didn't want to make decisions to avoid disappointing others. Instead, she wanted something softer, something simpler, something more real, something aligned. This is the second revelation. Solitude brings the truth about your deepest desires. One evening during sunset, Arya sat on a hill overlooking layers of golden mountains. The sky glowed in shades of amber and rose. A breeze brushed softly across her skin. The world felt vast, ancient, eternal. And in that vastness, she felt a single, unmistakable truth rise in her heart. I want a life that feels like mine, not a life of performance, not a life of expectation, not a life she built for others, but a life built from her own truth. In that moment, she felt a sense of liberation wash through her body, not freedom from responsibility, freedom from pretending. This is the third revelation. Solitude brings the courage to choose your real life over your performed life. When Arya returned home, she didn't quit her job immediately, nor did she make impulsive decisions. She moved with intention, with clarity, with alignment. She reduced her hours. She stepped away from roles that drained her. She opened space in her life for creativity and rest. She rekindled passions she had abandoned. She began speaking honestly with loved ones. She removed relationships that required her to wear a mask. She allowed herself to be seen, truly seen. Her friends said she seemed different, but the truth was simpler. She had stopped pretending. Now pause gently and ask yourself, who am I when no one is watching? What parts of me have I hidden to be accepted? What truth have I silenced to fit expectations? What life is calling to me beneath the noise of performance? What would happen if I allowed myself to live authentically? Because solitude doesn't give you a new self. It gives you back the self you lost. The self beneath your roles. The self beneath your stories. the self beneath your survival mechanisms, the real you, the honest you, the free you. And once you meet that self in solitude, you can never go back to living a half-lived life. There comes a moment in solitude, quiet, subtle, transformative, when you realize that the world around you has not changed, yet you are seeing it differently. Colors appear more vivid, sounds become clearer, emotions feel purer, thoughts feel less tangled. Even the simplest moments seem to shimmer with depth and meaning. This is not imagination. This is not romanticism. This is awareness, the awakening of a state that Buddhist teachings describe as mindfulness, but that solitude reveals as something deeper: presence. Presence is the art of truly being with life, not thinking about it, not analyzing it, not rushing through it, but experiencing it directly, intimately, fully. To understand how solitude awakens presence, we walk now with a man named Lucian. Lucian lived a life of constant acceleration. He worked in a bustling media agency where deadlines sprinted, projects collided, and interruptions were the norm. His days were a blur of emails, meetings, texts, and noise. His nights weren't much different. Social gatherings, messages, notifications, endless scrolling. He was always connected, always reachable, always responding. And yet he felt disconnected from everything that mattered. One evening, after a day filled with endless demands, Lucian walked home feeling strangely hollow. The city lights blurred, the traffic noise washed together. Conversations around him felt distant. He felt like a ghost drifting through a world he was too tired to feel. It scared him, the thought that life was happening, and he wasn't present inside it. That night, something inside him whispered, "You need stillness." The next morning, he packed a bag, bought a bus ticket to the countryside, and traveled to a small riverside village where his grandmother once lived. The village was quiet. No traffic, no advertisements, no screens. Just winding dirt paths, rows of willow trees, and the gentle murmur of a wide, slow-moving river. He rented a small room above a bakery, a single window, a wooden bed, a desk, silence. At first, the quiet felt almost unnerving. He kept checking his phone, reaching for noise. He felt restless, uncomfortable, unsettled. But after a few days, the silence began to soften him. He walked each morning along the riverbank, where the sunlight scattered across the surface of the water like shards of gold. He sat beneath willow trees, whose branches draped low, moving gently in the breeze. He listened, not with intent, but with openness. And for the first time in a long time, he felt the world. Not through screens, not through filters, not through the rush of routine, but directly, fully, presently. This is the first gift solitude offers, the return of presence. One morning before sunrise, Lucian stepped outside and walked toward the river. Mist floated above the water like a living breath. The village was silent, the sky still dark, the horizon faintly warming. He sat on a smooth stone near the edge of the river and closed his eyes. At first, his thoughts swirled everything he needed to do, everything he worried about, everything unfinished. But slowly, as he breathed deeply, something shifted. He began to hear the rhythm of the world awakening, the whisper of water moving, the soft rustle of reeds, the distant call of a bird greeting dawn, the faint sound of a baker opening shop, the heartbeat-like thrum of life emerging. And then something inside him clicked, not a dramatic awakening, but a gentle alignment. His breath synced with the world around him. His mind quieted. His awareness expanded outward and inward at the same time. He was no longer observing the world. He was participating in it. This is the second gift solitude offers: the dissolving of separation between you and the moment. In that deep presence, something beautiful happened. He felt gratitude not as an idea, but as a sensation. He felt peace not as a goal, but as a state of being. He felt alive, not because something special was happening, but because he had finally arrived in the moment he was living. One morning during his walk, he stopped beside an old wooden bridge. The river flowed slowly beneath it, carrying fallen leaves downstream. He leaned against the railing and watched a single leaf drifting along the surface. He noticed details he had never noticed before: the way the leaf danced around tiny ripples, the way sunlight created small rainbows on the water, the way the river moved with steady patience. The leaf was not rushing. The river was not rushing. The world was not rushing. Only he had been rushing. And watching this gentle movement, a realization rose softly within him. Life is not a race, it is a flow. And presence is the only way to feel it. This insight settled into him with a warmth that spread through his chest. The next day, Lucian sat on the riverbank and began eating breakfast: a simple piece of bread and a few slices of fresh fruit. And for the first time in years, he tasted them, truly tasted them. He noticed the sweetness of the fruit, the warmth of the bread, the way each bite carried the work of farmers, bakers, sunlight, earth. A feeling washed over him, one he could barely name. Perhaps peace, perhaps connection, perhaps simply being alive. This is the third gift solitude offers: the deepening of experience. Presence does not add anything to life. It reveals what was there all along. As the days passed, Lucian noticed subtle transformations. His breath became slower. His thoughts became clearer. His emotions became softer, easier to understand. He felt less urgency, less pressure, less noise inside his mind. He began to sense life in each moment, in the warmth of sunlight on his skin, in the scent of morning bread, in the coolness of river mist, in the texture of stones beneath his feet, in the stillness between breaths. When he eventually returned home, he carried the presence with him, not as a technique, but as a way of being. He listened more deeply to others. He worked more intentionally. He savored simple moments. He allowed pauses in conversation. He breathed with awareness. He no longer rushed through his days, he inhabited them. People noticed. "You seem calmer," they said. "You seem more grounded. You seem happier." And he was not because his life had become easier, but because he had become present. Now pause and ask yourself gently, when was the last time I felt fully present? What moments of my life have I rushed through without living? What beauty have I missed because I wasn't paying attention? What would open for me if I allowed myself to slow down and feel the moment I am in? Because presence is not something you learn. It is something you remember. You were born present. You simply forgot. And solitude is where remembering begins. There comes a moment in solitude when the mind, having softened and the heart having opened, arrive at a deeper question, one far more profound than anything the world typically asks of you. What kind of life feels truly meaningful to me? Meaning is not something others can define for you. It is not found in achievements, status, possessions, or praise. It is not gifted by society. It is not measured by comparison. Meaning arises from within, from alignment, from truth, from presence, from living a life that resonates with your deepest values. But most people never reach this question because their lives are too crowded, too noisy, too fast. They are constantly reacting, constantly performing, constantly trying to keep up. Meaning becomes an afterthought, a luxury postponed for later. Solitude changes that. Solitude slows you down, strips away the unnecessary, and brings you face to face with what truly matters. To understand how solitude awakens meaning, we walk now with a man named Orion. Orion was a brilliant engineer, precise, disciplined, logical. He worked for a major technology firm and had built a reputation as someone who could solve any problem. People admired him. His career flourished. His life on paper looked flawless. But inside, a quiet dissatisfaction grew. He felt successful, but not fulfilled. Productive, but not purposeful. Busy, but not alive. He often felt as though he were climbing a ladder that leaned against the wrong wall. He couldn't explain why, only that something essential was missing, something he couldn't articulate, but couldn't ignore. One day, after finishing a major project that earned him praise and bonuses, but left him feeling strangely numb, Orion drove to a nearby mountain range. He had no plan, only a longing for silence. He hiked a steep trail that wound through ancient pines, their needles carpeting the ground in soft gold. At the summit, he found a flat stone overlooking a vast valley. The sun was setting, painting the sky in layers of amber and rose. Orion sat down, removed his backpack, and breathed deeply. Really breathed, perhaps for the first time in months. The quiet was overwhelming at first, then beautiful, then necessary. As he watched the sun sink behind the mountains, a question surfaced from the depths of his being. Is the life I'm living the life I truly want? The question hit him like a wave, not painful, but clarifying. He didn't answer. He simply sat with it. This is the first awakening. Solitude offers the return of the essential questions. Over the next few days, Orion returned to the mountains. Sometimes he hiked. Sometimes he sat. Sometimes he simply walked through the woods, letting his mind empty. And in the silence, he began to notice things he had long ignored. He noticed how disconnected he felt from his body, how little joy he felt in his daily work, how deeply tired he was spiritually, not physically. How much of his life was built on expectations rather than intention. How rarely he asked himself what he truly valued. One morning, as he walked through a clearing filled with wildflowers swaying in the breeze, he felt an ache in his chest, not of sadness, but of truth. He realized he had never asked himself what meaning personally meant to him. He had accepted society's definition: success, productivity, contribution, efficiency. But what did he find meaningful? He didn't know, because he had never slowed down long enough to listen. This is the second awakening. Solitude offers the uncovering of your authentic values. Orion sat in the clearing, closed his eyes, and asked himself gently, what moments in my life have felt meaningful, truly meaningful? Memories drifted upward slowly, helping a friend through a difficult time, repairing an old radio with his grandfather, teaching a neighborhood kid how to build a toy boat, sitting quietly with his mother during a snowfall, working on a small personal invention at home late at night, watching a meteor shower alone from a rooftop. None of these moments were extraordinary. None involved success or recognition. None involved pressure or performance. But they all carried the same feeling: presence, connection, creativity, simplicity, quiet joy. Meaning, he realized, was not loud. Meaning was quiet. Meaning was intimate. Meaning was personal. Meaning lived in the small moments that aligned with his heart, not the big moments that satisfied others. This realization softened him from the inside out. The next day, Orion climbed again to the summit. But this time, he brought a notebook. Sitting in the golden light of dusk, he wrote down a list not of goals, but of values. Values that felt true. Values that felt alive. Values that felt like him. They were simple. Presence over productivity. Connection over performance. Creativity over efficiency. Contribution over competition. Peace over pressure. Purpose over prestige. As he wrote, he felt something inside him strengthen a sense of direction, not chosen by the world, but chosen by his soul. This is the third awakening. Solitude offers clarity of purpose, not a purpose defined by career, not a purpose defined by achievement, but a purpose defined by alignment. Orion began restructuring his life not quickly, not radically, but intentionally. He reduced his work hours. He began volunteering at a youth science center. He spent more time outdoors. He reconnected with old passions, repairing, building, teaching. He focused on creating, not impressing. He let go of the pressure to succeed according to external standards. Each change felt like a small return to himself. People around him noticed the shift. You seem lighter. You seem happier. You seem more alive. He wasn't chasing meaning anymore. He was living it. So now pause softly and ask yourself, what feels meaningful to me, not to others, not to society, but to me? What moments in my life have felt truly alive? What values do I want to build my life around? Where am I living out of expectation instead of authenticity? What would my life look like if I designed it around meaning instead of approval? Because meaning is not something you find. Meaning is something you create through intention, through awareness, through truth. And solitude is where that creation begins, where you meet the part of you that knows what matters, where you remember the life you were meant to live.